Good morning, everybody. I welcome you all here for the All Digital Summit for the Thursday agenda. My name is Jan Lukacevic, and I'll be your host for today, leading the whole program and all the sessions. How did I get here? Well, by a chance, but at the same time, I work as advisor to Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, and I'm responsible for his innovation agenda, mostly emerging and disruptive technologies. So if you say something wrong about innovation, I will call on you. No pressure. No, that was just a small joke for the beginning. There's a lot to talk about today and many speakers who are a lot more qualified to talk about today's topics. So please welcome on stage for the opening remarks, Mr. Alteo Valentini, President of All Digital. Ms. Eva Valterova, CEO of European Projects and Management Agency. Who is probably very busy somewhere and running to the stage. And Mr. Jan Řížďala, Regional Councillor for Education, Youth and Sports at Vysočina region. So gentlemen, the floor is yours. The mics are on your seats. Feel free to start.
Okay, I think I will stand here so I can better move the slides if you can facilitate my presentation. Welcome everyone. I'm really glad to be here and open finally this new face-to-face edition of our summit. We are going to have 2 very intense days of very innovative and interesting presentations on different tracks, but I'm not going to actually present you the program because we have to be effective. So let me just thank our partners, the co-hosts of this beautiful event, the European Projects and Management Agency, EPMA, represented by Eva Valterova, who is here around probably. Thank you very much. Applause. Our main supporter, excuse me for the pronunciation, the Vysočina region, represented by Jan Řížďala, Regional Councillor. And of course, all the other supporters of this event, the European Union with the projects that we are going to present during these days, Raiuela, Amelie project, and the other supporters region, Prague region, Kralove, Zlín, and the Czech Digital Coalition. Then let's dive into All Digital with a brief presentation. It's not working. Whoops, too much. Great, who are we? All Digital is a pan-European association based in Brussels. We represent 80 member organizations, and some of them are also here joining us for the event. And altogether, we reach over 25,000 digital competence centers, providing services, training, capacity building opportunities to 1.6 million European citizens, or to better qualify them, people living in Europe nowadays. This is the map of our members. Our main aim, our main objective is to support our members in providing capacity building to all age citizens, starting from school children to elderly people, in order to actually, of course, develop their digital skills, their digital competencies, but most importantly, to be ready to understand the opportunities of digital transformation. This is our main aim. How we do this? We do this focusing on 5 main pillars, let's say, areas of operation, basic digital skills, advanced digital skills, digital media literacy, STEM, or better, STEAM skills for society, and digital cultural heritage. These are the areas where we operate with our projects and our initiatives. Here, all digital at a glance, so some numbers in order to let you understand the scope of our organization. As you can see, our main target are trainers, educators, of course. We really start from them in order to scale down to, with the many training opportunities and initiatives organized, planned, and delivered by the digital competence centers. And centrally, we actually provide services through many events on digital skills and competencies our members organize. We also have started since 2019 to update a manifesto, which is our main document and I would say reference guide for promoting digital education in Europe. You can find it online. We are very glad that we now finally have the opportunity to meet digital competence centers, local authorities, because really it's an area where we were not present in the question and future projects. Thank you very much.
I think I'll walk these stairs quite often today. Eva, the floor is yours. Tell us something about EPMA, please.
Okay, well. So, thank you. Okay, I'll do it without the presentation. Welcome to Prague. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. And I would like to really, on behalf of EPMA and the Vysočina region that has co-founded us many years ago in 2004, thank also all the representatives of our government and the other regions that have supported us and that have come here today to welcome the international community that we've been part of since for a number of years now, and we've had really a wonderful experience bringing these two sides together, and this is the peak of that, and hopefully further cooperation between the European community and the Czech regions, the Czech government, and other stakeholders that we work with in the Czech Republic. Our mission is transformation towards knowledge-based, digitally empowered, inclusive society. So we work on digital education, empowerment, and training. We also work on employability and entrepreneurial skills development, support for policy transformation, and a number of other areas that are really closely connected to developing an equitable society into the future. So I welcome you in Prague. Please enjoy these few days here, and please feel free to talk to me or to Alteo, our president, or to the other board members of All Digital. And we hope that you have a good time, and we would love to thank again the regions that have supported and the Digital Coalition this conference. Thank you.
And now there's time for Mr. Prižďala.
So, good morning, everybody. I would like welcome to Prague, welcome to All Digital Summit 2022. My name is Jan Prižďala, and I'm from Vysočina region. I work as a regional councillor focused on and responsible for school, youth, sport, and information and communication technology. Vysočina region.
Three of them. And we'll start with a remote one. It's going to be a keynote by Georgi Dimitrov. And Georgi Dimitrov is the head of Digital Education Unit at the Directorate General Education and Culture at the European Commission. And Georgi should be connecting with us from Brussels. So let's hope we're gonna see him in any minute. Georgi, welcome to All Digital Summit, very digitally, and the floor is yours.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much for this very warm welcome. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody. First of all, I apologize for not being able to be there with you in Prague, but some other physical meetings here have prevented me from coming over. I would like to play immediately some slides here. And I will do now this with this new platform for me, so you just bear with me. Could someone please shout and confirm that you see a slide? The first thing I would say is to say something which is very obvious and probably even banal at this stage, but to say that digital education and skills is extremely relevant right now. And I think that there are two main reasons for that. On the one side, we have a long-term ongoing transformation of our society. This is the so-called twin transition, of which the digital is one very major driver. So this has been going on for quite some time, but is accelerating. On the other side, we have seen, in particular through COVID, how well or how not so well prepared our digital education systems are. And I believe that this has been an additional short-term catalyst to put the attention even more on digital education and skills. And this is something which is very much at the core of our proposal for a digital education action plan. We have adopted it in 2020, so almost 2 years ago. And maybe some of you might know, we action plan which we adopted in 2018, which was much more short-term, much more experimental, and it also was an attempt to see to what extent there is a need for coherent and integrated digital education. Important action of the education action plan. So we have launched a structured dialogue on digital education and skills with the objective to support the member states in their ongoing transformation. And what is new about this structured dialogue is, first of all, is that it is organized at a very high political level, but also with a lot of real expertise. The other novelty is that it involves very different parts of the government. We call this a whole government approach. And this means that on the round table or at the round table, we have various sectors of the government, such as the Ministry of Education, of course, but not only. We have normally the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Ministry of Labor, as well as the private sector, social partners, and civil society. And what that this structured dialogue is currently ongoing, and it takes place in every single member state, meaning that we use the one on enabling factors for successful digital education. We'll look into the type of challenges and enablers to address those in order to in the digital age. And the second proposal, the one on improving the provision of digital skills. This is what I like to refer as the other side of the coin, because the type of digital skills that we need nowadays are constantly how important digital skills are. But I would like to say a word on how we approach, in particular, the second proposal for a council recommendation. And of course, it will be helped by the fact that we have the European Year of Skills. So this second proposal for a council recommendation will cover, some of you might be familiar with the numbers. In a recent, let's say, data survey, the so-called ICIUS, we have seen that in the countries, and today, when it comes to the basic digital skills, 40% by 23. If we continue to grow at the growth rate we have seen, and related to it is also the question of gender imbalance. Of course, we have only 20% of our ICT advanced specialists who are women. This, of course, cannot be right in the long term. So there are also a great deal of needs there. What are we going to focus on in this proposal for a council recommendation on improving the provision of digital skills? There are three aspects. First, of the curriculum, of integrating them perhaps in an informatics subject. And then there is a general question of how, and the last but equally important point of those three focus areas is the question of assessment and how digital skills are assessed both during the learning period as well as at the end of it together. Some of the key issues that we would like to focus in this proposal for a council recommendation, a better understanding of high quality education and training for digital skills with a specific focus on informatics or computer science, vision of digital skills, and how we can improve the quality assured training opportunities across different levels from basic to advanced. There are more actions than the council in October. On the one side, the common guidelines to foster digital literacy and tackle disinformation through AI and data in teaching and learning. I would like to thank you for your attention and hope that this gives you a good idea of what we are currently up to. I wish you a successful event and thank you very much. I'm stopping sharing.
Thank you very much for your keynote. It was very fruitful, very useful. I personally think it's really good that you also focus on digital literacy and fighting disinformation as well, because in NATO we perceive it as a security issue, so it's great that both policies are coherent this way. Now, I know we also have some digital gaps with projector here, but bear with us, we'll sort it out for sure. Thank you very much, and hopefully see you soon live in person somewhere in Europe. Now,
thank you.
Let's move on to another speaker. He almost doesn't need no introduction because he is a Czech Minister of Regional Development as well as Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization, and his name is Ivan Bartosh. Please welcome him on stage.
So you move the microphone, so I'm a little bit here, because I've got few notes written down there, which I may use. I've got them digital, but I've got them also in a paper as well, because, you know, always the light may be an issue. So, thank you for the invitation, dear Mr. Dimitrov, dear organizers and dear participants and digital education enthusiasts. Firstly, let me thank you all for this year All Digital Summit, which is titled Shaping Digital Transformation with and for All in Prague, and it's my great pleasure to have an option to make this keynote here and to promote digital education here in Czech Republic, but for entire Europe and for all Europeans. Digital skills are right now integral part of our future. It seems to us that it's something that just emerged, but if we take a look to the history, let's say to 70s, 80s in US, there was a slight change in how how the society works. We turn from the industrial society to something that's called information society. Alvin Toffler, who wrote this particular book with his wife, it's called The Third Wave, actually introduced the needs of a nowadays society to focus more on digital skills, understanding of the value of the information, and the most important part, to use that information in order to make life better. And we slowly moved from that point of view these days, because now we're talking more of a knowledge society, not information society anymore. We've got plenty of information everywhere, but we need to know how to use it in our everyday life, how to use it in the industry, how to use it for making life better. If we take a look on the statistics, more than 90% of jobs already require at least basic digital skills, and we need more and more those that we can say advanced digital skills to improve our lives. And of course, which is one of my main focus, to have high representation of women in ICT, which not even in Czech Republic, but in Europe is a quite little number. But there is no difference in the gender considering the skills that are needed for 21st century. We have to focus on that. We always talk about the basic skills that are to be developed during the education process. And we always thought of, okay, the kids need to count, know mathematics, they need to read exactly, that we are teaching them the social competencies. But we have to think of digital competencies as well these days. Of course, it's not a question only of the kids or the students, but also, and it was presented here, it's also the teachers and of course all our citizens, so they can benefit all from the modern technologies and the possibilities that are connected to them on one side, but also to avoid a situation when people are misled, tricked, fished through the internet or being manipulated just because they do not understand how the digital works, how the e-commerce works. So, and it's a title of this conference as well, we have to focus on entire society and their upskill according to the needs of 21st century. Czech Republic, of course, holds the presidency of the Council of the EU, and I'm very pleased that our first achievement in digital was to reach compromise deal on a digital decade policy program and committing ourselves to achieve concrete goals to 2030. And I'm convinced that the first target of European Digital Decade that is dedicated to digital skills and education is a fundamental pillar on which we need to focus primarily, which is the key to open and to the benefit from other important aspects of digitalization of our society and economy. In European Union, our greatest asset, and I believe that the cooperation is always better when we consider nation and European Union than the competence, but there is nothing wrong about the competence, right? But in a crucial times such as COVID was for us, such as war in Ukraine, it's important to cooperate on much wider area maybe than any time before. And we have to also recognize there is a significant diversity between the educational systems on the starting point of individual states of the European Union. And we have to understand that and share the good practices and support each other in existing and emerging policies and tools to boost and improve digital education and skills for all generations. I'm saying all generations because it's always like we thought about the elders, right? About the seniors. And we say, and it's kind of strange, for years, those 60 plus people, right? Those who are like elder, but those people were already raised and they worked during the digital society emerged in 80s, 90s as a bank clerks, as a teachers, but they are losing the competence right now. And maybe I'm just 42 years old, and I'm meeting friends who are 50 plus, and we think of them as an old who don't understand. That's not true. Obviously, we have to upskill all the time as If you take a big company who were on the beginning of the internet time as an IBM, they do also have what's so-called legacy employees, right? People who were on the very beginning, building up the first IBM computers. They're still employed there, but we are now in cloud, AI, cloud computing, big data. And since those companies never give up on them people who work for them for tens of years, we shall never give up on the people who are not nowadays catching to the current technology changes. So I just emphasize one thing: the cooperation among all of us is a key benefit that we can use not just during the Czech presidency, but any time of that area. Only by active cooperation between member states, and that's another important thing, Commission, but now private and NGO sectors, teachers and students and all enthusiastic can bring us to achieve this ambitious goal to upskill digital skills. And we also experienced that during the COVID, right, that everybody got involved. IT companies, NGOs, people who were collecting the educational programs through entire world, but also in the EU countries, to provide the digital education to the kids who stayed home because school were closed. So that was something, and it's always tricky to say the crisis will bring us, to the higher level, but that time of COVID, those 2 years, and I hope we won't go through that again during this winter, taught us how important is a cooperation between the NGOs and the private sector in order to challenge the threats. Digital education plan with a common vision of high quality, inclusive and accessible digital education in Europe is important strategy which highlights the greater cooperation at European level on digital education to address the real challenges of 21st century. Czech Republic is already involved and changes recently taken place in connection with curriculum revision at elementary schools and grammar schools, and we will continue with that. We have participated in structured dialogue with the European Commission on enabling factors of successful digital education and skills with great feedback from both sides, and I'm happy that everyone else is involved in that. A few months ago, another important European strategy was released to which Czechia attach importance. It's a better internet for kids, plus with the focus on digital well-being of children and their education and empowerment while using internet. I talked previously about all the people, about the seniors, but of course it's also matter how safe internet is for kids. We can have a framework, we can actively address those threats kids are facing, but I have to say one thing, since my kid is only 2 years old and the daughter is 16 years old, so she's teaching me, which is strange, of the new services of the internet, but it's also the education of the parents we have to focus. There is no institution that can subsidize the quality of how parents are taking care of them kids in general. Don't walk when the red light is on, but also how we guide them through the internet services, how we can assure that the profile on YouTube that kids are already using in age of 2 years old is limited to only things that they are supposed to see on the internet. So let's work together on the framework, but obviously we have to also call for responsibility of the parents. The Czechia is committed to address better internet for kids, plus a recommendation and action steps together, also with our NGOs, partners, and I have to say the role of NGOs in the specific area, how we understand them, for example, with the social service, with the help to people who are, whatever, addicted to drugs. The role of NGO is unreplaceable, and I'm very grateful for that cooperation because there is a lot of connection between people who are professionals on a business level, and in the very free time they do have, they also participate on the NGOs projects that help us actually go much wider with the impact. Let me get in more general to what we do represent as a presidential country. Our motto is rethink, rebuild, and repower for the Czech presidency. And I believe this motto is also valid for the digital education, maybe twice. As with the rapid development of technologies, the need to adapt, learn, and to rethink the old methods we are using of how to approach the new challenges is just growing. So also for the digital education and the skills and upskill, rethink, rebuild, and repower has its meaning. In December, at the Council of Ministries responsible for telecommunication, CZ Press will discuss digital education and skill as the topic is of high importance to all of us. And as for the Czech priorities on national level, there are new initiatives which we have launched under my patronage as an interministerial group for digital education, connecting ministries and private sector to discuss more urgent issues. The Czech digital team and the cooperation with high experienced partners from the private and a non-profit sector and more, which my colleague Martin Ulovec, who is sitting just here in the front line, will then talk about later in his own panel. I hate that last but not least, but I use it. Last but not least, we plan significant investments in digital education within the National Recovery Plan, and we strive to actively involve the Czech Republic in EU programs, such as Horizon Europe and the Digital Europe program. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you again to give me an option to have this speech, and I wish you fruitful discussion and inspiring debate and connectivity, not the online only, but here people presented watching us online, because again, in that particular matter, cooperation brings us much better results than the competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks and keynote speech. I'm glad that Mr. Minister mentioned our online viewership as well, so say hi to all of them. That's why we moved the microphone, so they could see clearly. Now, I would like to invite on stage CEO of All Digital, Peter Palvodi, who will introduce yet another keynote session by Vanya Neto, and then the policy discussion right afterwards. So, Vanya, hello, Vanya.
Hello.
And so, Vanya Neto is Education Skills Lead for Western Europe in Microsoft. Vanya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can see me now correctly. I'm hearing myself with a bit of an echo, but I'll do my best. So first of all, I would like, of course, to thank All Digital and Peter for the invitation. I'm very sorry I cannot be with you today in Prague. I'm very sorry about that, but professional reasons, well, I could not attend. But I hope next time I'll be able, and of course, you take the best out of this opportunity to be in person, which is really great. So I'm here today to talk to you a bit about what Microsoft is doing, enhancing digital skills across Europe, and that is really part of my job. And I'm very fortunate to be able to be in the midst of this digital transformation and being able governments with universities and with schools that really want to do their best. And as we just heard here, the Minister from Czech Republic, it's fantastic to have people with this vision leading our destinies and making sure access to technical skills, right? Making sure that everyone in the world, that everyone has skills, so it's skills for all. And we see and we know that 4.3 million jobs could be left unfilled only by 2030 due to this technology skill shortage, only by 2030 due to this technology skill shortage. This is huge, right? And also considering that more feel that having the skill through skills, we can do that. what we are doing, especially in education, is making sure that we, from K-12 up into the career, the end of the career, we make sure that we accompany people, right? From K-12, sparking curiosity, making sure that every student has access to learn computer science, to learn STEM, and to make sure that they develop throughout their learning process also productivity skills, know-how about new emerging technologies, and also when they are near the end, right, of their school progress, they do have the hands-on experiences and the skills that they need in terms of technical skills that they can go into the job market much better prepared. And that's what we do through our technology, through our programs. Some of them you might be familiar here with some of the logos I've put in here. And if not, of course, please, reach out to me. I'm happy to support you on that. And because we have this mission to prepare students for the jobs of tomorrow, we have to work with students, but also with educators and with institutions. We know it's not easy to embed, for example, new emerging technology into curriculum. We know how hard it is, right, to change a curriculum or a data sheet of for example, course in a university. In most countries, it takes bureaucracy, it takes time. But at the same time, the pace of technology is much faster, right? So we need to adapt, and we need to support academic institutions and educators, and in the end, students, to have this technical skills at their hand, right, available, and in a way that really make a difference. And we also know another very important thing is that there are a lot of demand, of course, in the market, as I told you, and also there's a possibility of increased salary and bigger potential for them if they do have industry-recognized certifications. There's a lot of studies about that and the importance of micro-credentials. You will hear for sure in the next policy discussion. A lot of people talk about that, and this is something that we are also focusing a lot because we feel not only the market needs it, but also the students as well, and the people that are looking for a job that want to be reskilled or upskilled, they also need that. And just to give you an example, right, 3.5 million cybersecurity jobs have remained unfilled just last year because there were no one with the skills needed to fill them. And from the studies, we know also that 149 million new jobs are supposed to be created in the technology sector just by 2025. And so we need really this is urgent, right? That's why we have all this and you hear a lot of people talking about this throughout, of course, this summit and beyond as well, the digital coalition, everything that all the countries in Europe are doing to try and bridge this gap. But more important than that, when you talk about, all this economic crisis, etc., what the World Economic Forum expects is that we can really, have up to $8.3 trillion, right, of increased productivity could be added to the economy only by investing in the skills for the future, right? Making sure that the next generation of workers and the current generation of workers can be upskilled, reskilled, and the impact of that in the economy can really be massive, right? And for that, what are we doing? So we are really trying to democratize access to all our technology, to the skills to use our technology, and that's why we have created Microsoft Learn about a year and a half ago. And what that platform helps everyone do is like have a free access to all skills of our technology and beyond, because there's much more than only Microsoft technology there. And we do encourage specifically students and educators to go there and to have a special program, right? Everything is free on the platform. You'll have access to, innovative technical skills, education, self-paced. For educators specifically, we have a special area where you have, PowerPoints, exercises, everything that you need to deliver a good quality technical skills education to your students. And this is something we are highly investing on and that we believe that needs to be continuously done, right? So that we are growing the number of languages that we have there available, and also the support that we have. In this, since the launch in 2021, we have already more than 1,000 institutions that have been supported, and a lot of students also training and certified, but we want to reach much more to make sure that we really have this digital skills for all. And of course, if you have not tried it, please do, because many institutions are already, embracing this. We know it's not easy, especially for higher education, sometimes even for vocational schools, to embrace digital skills, because technical and digital skills are not just for IT geeks, right? They are for everyone, and it's important that new technologies and emerging, everyone knows how, at least what they are and what they mean and what the impact they can have in the future, like AI, cloud computing, and of course data, which of course data analytics is something that is one of the things most needed in the market, as well as cybersecurity. So there are a lot of institutions already embracing this program. We have an example, a very good example, coming from Nottingham University in the UK. I will leave in the end the link for this YouTube video, which I believe really shows the impact that certifications and industry recognized certifications can have in the school, in the students, but also in the way that they can feel empowered to go to the job market with better skills and more prepared. But as not all institutions yet have embraced this, and sometimes because of bureaucracy, and other times because they do not have the right teachers sometimes to teach this, or because anything happened in the meanwhile, we are giving a very important step here. We are giving free student certifications during this academic year to really boost the access to skills, to technical skills. So any student that is eligible, that is now studying in academic institution, they can go to the website. I will leave you here the link if you want to share with your friends or with your students. And any of them can really have this free online self-paced learning that they would have, plus access to a free voucher for a measure-up test, so a practice test, and then the certification. And through this, we really will hope to help, upskill the population, making sure that any student, no matter where the institution they are studying in, no matter the opportunity they have, if they really want to go and to learn more, they have this possibility. And they can be certified and boost, of course, their curriculum. We want to foster this learn-it-all mentality, making sure that any person on the planet can achieve more through skills and through technology. And this is something that is part of our core mission that we'll continue to do, and that we hope you can all partner with us. So I'm very happy to be here. It was my pleasure to share with you some of these thoughts. And if you want to connect with me, even though I'm not there, I'm not there with you in person, please contact me through LinkedIn or send me an email. I'll be most happy to bring up new partnerships or new ideas for this digital for all, and also all people having the access to the skills that they need in the near future. Thank you very much again, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you very much, Vanya, for accepting our invitation. If you are still with us, you can maybe just close your presentation so we can see you once again. Hello, and thank you very much for giving us this presentation. And we are continuing with a policy discussion. As it has been explained, digital skills and jobs are very high now in the EU policy agenda. And there are plenty or several initiatives like the EU Digital Strategy, the 2030 Digital Compass, and other important initiatives, the European Skills Agenda, the European Education Area, and as Georgi Dimitrov was presenting, the Digital Education Action Plan. And our President, Alteo Valentini, was also presenting our All Digital Manifesto, our key policy document, the manifesto for enhancing digital skills and competencies in Europe. And we are setting their key principles and recommendations on how to maximize the impact of education and training in digital competence development across Europe and for all European citizens. And this year is the European Year of Youth, and as we heard, next year is going to be the European Year of Skills, and they are really important backdrops for the discussion alongside the recently adopted Council recommendations on individual learning accounts. Then we have the Council recommendations on micro-credentials, and as we heard already, the Council recommendations on the provision of digital skills in education and training. So in light of this summit narrative and the current and really rapid progress of the implementation of the Digital Education Action Plan, we are going to have a policy discussion with guests joining us online, but also in person. And we bring together representatives of the Czech government, the representative of the European Commission, the private sector, and the non-profit sector. So I would like to invite to the stage, first of all, Martin Ulovec, a member of the Cabinet Czech Ministry for Education, Youth and Sports. And we are connecting online Julie Fionda, Deputy Head of Unit, Adult Skills Agenda, European Commission, the DG Employment, Anya Fortuna, Vice President, European Youth Forum, and Kieran Conlon, Director of Public Affairs from Microsoft. And last but not least, I have to use the same terminology, my colleague Norman Runner, Policy Officer of All Digital, who will moderate this panel. Thank you very much, and I'm hoping that participants who are joining us online can be seen and can join us immediately. Norman?
Hello everyone, and welcome to our speakers. Before we start with the first round of questions to each speaker, a bit of process of how we're going to hold this policy debate. So we start out with initial statements by each speaker based on a question that I'm going to pose to them. After that, we will give the opportunity to each of the speakers to ask one question to one of the other panelists to get a bit of a dialogue going. And after that, it's going to be your turn, where you will be able to ask questions to the members of the panels. And if there are further questions from the panelists, we can take those as well. To begin, since you are the person that's here, present here, and are representing the local perspective of what is going on, which also is a bit of a strength in that way that we hear from you first. Education and training is largely a member state competence and thus an individual responsibility for each country in the EU. Sometimes it's even a responsibility for lower levels of administration. However, because the Czech Republic is holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union, your country has currently a driving role in leading the way. We've heard earlier that the Czech Republic has big ambitions and big ideas on digital skills and makes it a priority. Which initiatives do you think other member states should take note of that the Czech Republic is covering? Which other European initiatives do you perhaps draw inspiration from? And finally, which topics are especially important to you personally?
Thank you very much. I've also prepared some presentation. Can we launch it on the screen?
I hope so.
Is it okay?
It should be ready.
Yeah, and do you have the presentation from the colleagues I sent?
I was told they have it, yes.
Okay.
I hope it's ready.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank, perfect. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to this event. And I would like to thank all the people behind this event, because the discussion about digital skills or digital competence development is more and more important, as was already told, also in connection to what is happening on the European level, as it is activities about digital education action plan or running structured dialogue with the member states of European Union, or the preparation for a digital decade and meeting the common digital goals till 2030. I will briefly tell you something about our actions or our activities regarding the development of digital skills in Czech Republic, and also I will briefly introduce you with some challenges which lie ahead of us. Can I ask you for next slide, please? or, yeah, thanks. So, the first thing, it was quite a big thing, and our Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization, Ivan Bartosh, already mentioned it within his keynote speech, is the new version of curriculum for primary, lower and upper secondary education, which was announced in 2021, last year, where we added new educational content within the field of informatics, and we had also integrated new digital competence. So we can better support and enhance the development of computational thinking and also the digital skills, so the students have better orientation in digital stuff. They know how can use digital tools, and of course it is also about reflection, what potential but also what risks brings digital technologies, which are becoming more and more important within our everyday life. As for the timeline, schools in Czech Republic are obliged to start teaching according to this new version of curriculum by September 2023 at the first level of elementary schools, 2024 at the second level, and 2025 at grammar schools. Of course, it's really important to focus on digital competencies of teachers. So we have already published National Digital Competencies of Teachers Framework, which is based on DigComp.edu. We have also created application to self-assess digital competencies, where there's a part of the tool, it's diagnostics, where the users can identify the areas they need to focus on within their development. It's called Teacher 21. We have also established network of regional ICT methodologists and cabinets of informatics on national but also on regional level to bring support in integration of digital technologies into schools and also in the development of digital competencies of students but also of the teachers. And as I already mentioned, we've made a revision of curriculum and we prepared, I would say, complex support for schools regarding its implementation in the upcoming years. In 2022, 2026, we've got these activities covered within RRF, where our money for bringing the support to schools, and there are also financial resources for purchase of digital equipment and so on. As for the adult population, we are mainly focused on low-skilled people and development of digital skills within a digital literacy strategy of Czech Republic and its implementation, where quite a lot of activities are happening within the projects financed within ESIF. And I would introduce one example of what we have already did. It was within the project DigiCatalog, where we created a tool to support the development of digital skills through so-called Smart Online System Tool, SOS, which consists of catalog of transferable digital skills for selected jobs, then online tool that recommends relevant training programs regarding the specific transferable skills, and self-evaluation tool. The other things that we have already did, we had some activities which were focused on identification or definition of digitally excluded groups or groups which are digitally vulnerable in the context of prevention of digital divide. That is something which already happened, and it is on the portal Digi. You can see how it looks. You've got several segments described with their characteristics. As was already mentioned, the digital technologies are developing faster and faster, so it is really important to focus on future skills identification as well. We are in cooperation with employers in identification of labor market needs and transfer of these demands or these needs into the initial and further education. So the educational content is still up to date and still relevant to the actual and future market needs. That is also connecting with forecasting of the labor market needs and boosting the data coverage. In recent years, we were continuously confronted with the lack of data in this manner. So we are working on this within the several projects like Project Překvap or Compass, which are mainly focused on identification of occupational structure of employment and on the development of supply and demand on the labor market. The next thing which is happening is activities on identification of new competencies. It's mainly integrated within the project called Competence 4.0, where, of course, the outputs and findings from these activities should be reflected within the initial education and further education as well. In relation to the new competencies identification and to forecasting of labor market needs, we are running and cooperating with employers on update of the National Register of Occupations and also on the National Register of Qualifications. And as was already said about the micro-certificates, we see usage of micro-certificates as a huge potential to boost the flexibility of not only of the educational system, but also in the perspective of lifelong learning, that we can still be up to date to the rapidly changing demands of the labor market. As you were talking about the initiatives or some best practices examples, how to cooperate, the quite crucial thing for us is strengthening the coordination with stakeholders. And it is something which we strive also within the structured dialogue on the European level. So I'm very glad that in Czech Republic we've done quite a lot of things in this manner, and I would say we were really successful. Whether it is coordination and cooperation with National Coalition for Digital Skills and Jobs in Czech Republic, DigiKoalice, which connects various stakeholders in the field of digital education, and it brings over 200 organizations right now. And we have also established expert group with the representation of relevant actors at the national but also on the regional level, which was established to strengthen the coordination in the development of digital education of all of the relevant actors. This expert group was in the first phase mostly focused on structured dialogue, on the bilateral meetings with colleagues from European Commission, but we want to run this expert group in long term and in further years. And right now, we are in the middle of preparation of recommendations for policymakers in 4 priority topics we identified with our colleagues. The first thing is prevention of digital exclusion or digital divide. The second one is about training of ICT specialists. And Also, representation of women in the field of ICT, which is quite a huge problem in Czech Republic for several years. And also development of digital competencies in lifelong learning perspective. So it's also about strengthening the connection between initial and further learning. As I told, I wanted to mention some of the challenges we are up against, and I chose challenges in the context of DESI results and also in the context of priorities which are described within Digital Compass or European Digital Decade. And the first one is training of ICT specialists. We all know it's a global problem in the whole Europe, and the goals defined within European Digital Decade are quite ambitious. So all of the member states need to focus on this topic, so we can bring the result we want to achieve, or what we strive. And in Czech Republic, regarding training of ICT specialists, we've got some activities covered within the RRF, where universities should prepare educational programs which are more professionally focused. So that's one thing we can work with. The second thing, which is really important, is for the development of tools for reskilling and upskilling we have at our disposal, as it is a National Register of Qualifications and so on. And the thing which will be happening is innovation of fields of study within the upper secondary level. And as I already told, the expert group for digital education is in the middle of preparation of recommendations also in this area. The second issue or challenge is about representation of women in ICT. If you look into DESI results for Czech Republic, you would see that we are really low, below the average EU statistics. So that's the thing we really need to focus on, as it is about harmonization of professional and family life in coordination with Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, or to strengthen and bring support for women when they are returning back to the labor market, activities which are focusing on boosting the attractiveness of ICT, and explaining that ICT is not domain only for men. And again, we are working on some recommendations as well. But regarding these challenges, I would be really glad if we can maintain the dialogue on the European level, whether it is with colleagues with European Commission or other colleagues from other member states, where we can share the experiences, we can share examples of good practice and approaches regarding these topics. And that's all from me right now. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you've got any answers, I will do my best, questions, I will do my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great overview, and I think what came clear from that is that the whole topic of the digital competences within the wider topic of digital transformation is a very multifaceted one, ranging on various angles, from IT professionals to basic skills for everyone across their whole lifespan. And that's something that I think is very positive, that also that is being recognized and that is being tackled from all these different angles and with these various different initiatives that are going on. We've heard earlier from the European Commission education and culture side of things, how they are approaching the promotion of digital skills and how they can be more or better provided. We have now with us Julie Fionda, who is representing the Directorate General for Employment and Social Affairs, which is, again, another angle to look at the question of digital skills. And Mr. Bartosh earlier has mentioned that social skills are something that we need to promote, and also digital skills need to promote. And I would like to add to that at this moment that both are very much linked, and a lot of the digital skills we are talking about are very much social skills. And from that perspective, I'm very happy to have the representative from the European Commission here today. With the Social Pillar Action Plan, the New Skills Agenda, the Digital Decade and Digital Education Action Plan, and now also the upcoming European Year of Education and Training, the European Commission has put forward an ambitious set of initiatives and targets to support the digital and green twin transition. Can you tell us about the Commission's motivation behind these plans and what progress has been made in recent years? And probably the most interesting, what are the expectations for the coming years and what are next steps?
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I hope you can hear me fine and see me online. Thank you for asking me to join you today. I have a strange echo coming, but I guess that's just the sound. I would like to set the theme first then by outlining the Commission's view on skills, on why we have placed skills at the heart of our strategies for inclusive growth, and what we're doing to make sure that those strategies are more than just words, and how digital skills are a part of this. First, a word on the context. We are living in a period of transitions. Thanks for sorting this out. The climate imperative places different requirements and opportunities at our door. Indeed, according to Eurobarometer, Europeans see climate change as the second most important issue facing Europe, behind the economy. The digital revolution, of course not new, but accelerated, is fundamentally changing the shape of work and the skills needed for it. And that's why, as has been said in last year's State of the Union address, President von der Leyen proposed a path to the digital decade. And in this year's State of the Union address, earlier this month, she announced that 2023 will be the year of skills. The two are intertwined. The last transition I wanted to mention is demographics. It's a sobering thought that there have been more deaths than births in Europe every year since 2012, and we're getting older. In 2020, there were 3 working-aged people for every retired person, and by 2050, that ratio will be 2 to 1. Employers can't find the workers that they need, and with a low birth rate, we need to make sure that no talent is wasted, also for reason of social justice. This also means attracting talent from overseas and putting to use the skills that refugees are bringing to Europe. So if we all agree that skills are important, and finding and keeping people with the right skills is important, and if we agree that the right skills of a few years ago are not necessarily the right skills of today, how do we make sure that governments, employers and individuals themselves make informed choices and keep investing in the skills that are needed for today and for tomorrow? So at the European level, our member states have agreed on 3 mutually reinforcing headline targets for the next decade as part of our social pillar: on employment level, on skills, and on reducing poverty. As regards skills, the target is that at least 60% of adults should participate in education and training every year. Right now, that's around 40%. Digital skills are an important part of this agenda. Around half of the EU population still has an insufficient level of digital skills, whilst over 90% of jobs now require some level of digital skills. And that's why we set a target that by 2030, 80% of adults should have at least basic digital skills. We also want to see that 20 million ICT professionals employed in Europe by 2030, so up from around 8 million in 2019. So concrete initiatives. With the skills agenda, And with the Digital Education Action Plan, we've set out measures to support up and reskilling and to put skills to use. I want to underline perhaps that the issue is often not so much about enough training availability, there's lots of training out there, it's about navigating what's out there. It's about being relevant for your needs as a business or as an individual. It's about being up to date, and it's about being good quality. Initiatives like the individual learning accounts and the micro-credentials recommendation both seek to open up access to learning for more people to the right training and to make learning trustworthy and valued. Another initiative, the European Pact for Skills, brings together all sections of an industrial ecosystem working on identifying the skills needs and coming up with shared solutions for the future, and also in implementing those solutions. Since its launch in November 2020, 12 large-scale partnerships have been established in 11 ecosystems of the EU industrial strategy, and around 700 organisations have joined as individual members. The most recent of the large-scale partnerships is in digital. As part of the Digital Education Action Plan, we have updated the digital competence framework, which some of you might know, in order to take account of emerging technologies such as AI and datafication. And we're exploring the development of the European Digital Skills Certificate to help people have their digital skills quickly and easily recognised by employers, training providers and others. Last year, a structural dialogue on education and skills was launched, which has been mentioned by the previous speaker, and this involves in-depth bilateral dialogues with invited member states in a cross-government approach, as well as engagement with stakeholder groups at European level. And I know that many at this event will have actively engaged in this dialogue. The structural dialogue will also be an opportunity to consider how far that we've come together, to take stock, and it will also allow us to assess how much further we need to go at the European level and to give digital education and skills the full attention that they deserve. So, to conclude, labour and skill shortages are placing huge pressure on our economy. Excellence, whether it's in business or in the public sector, relies on people, their ingenuity, their commitment, and their skills. And skills need constant work to be at their best. Up and reskilling needs to be a habit, and it has to be hardwired into our business model. Digital skills are in short supply, yes, but it's not just about the techies. Digital literacy is the third basic skill alongside reading and writing. And Europe still has a huge hill to climb on that. And when it comes to high-level technical skills, frankly, machines are learning how to code themselves better than we could have imagined, perhaps. But we do need to get better at combining digital understanding and skills with other disciplines to be able to harness and drive technology. So my plea, when you ask for what skills, is interdisciplinarity, plasticity, creativity, and the ability to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Now, having concluded the policymaker side of things and the politics side of things, we have the second part of our panel being representatives of those who are affected by the ideas, initiatives, and programs that are being put forward. First up, we have Anja Fortuna, and my question to you is the following. This year's summit has as a title, Digital Transformation with and for All. One way or another, everyone is affected by digital transformation, and yet many marginalized, disadvantaged, or otherwise segregated groups are at risk of being left behind by the process and the digital divide, be it for reasons of age, sexuality, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or geographical location. And often individuals are affected by more than one of these simultaneously. And we heard that also by Mr. Ulowetz earlier, that it's one of the key priorities to combat digital exclusion. Now, there's a wide range of these topics, and we have only one speaker representing these varied groups here today. As a vice president of the Youth Forum and also with a strong background in rural development, what are needs for young people, particularly in rural areas, to successfully participate in an increasingly digital society?
Yeah, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me, and I can also hear myself from your background, so I hope I can manage with that as well. It's very nice to be here. Really sad that I was not able to take part in a physical format, but the digital world really allows us to take part wherever in the world we are. If you never heard of the European Youth Forum, just a brief introduction. We are the largest youth platform in the world. We are gathering more than 100 youth organizations across the continent of Europe. And with their organizations at a local, national, regional level, we gather and we target around 40 million young people across Europe. So this is a big number. And digitalization is something that we started working on recently. And a few months ago, we have adopted our first policy paper on digital, where we focused on digital rights. So the question that I got really is very much connected with what we're trying to do, what we're trying to advocate for at the European Youth Forum, where for us it is important, especially both parts of the title of this event, with and for. So as well, developing different policies with young people, not just them being the users, but as well active creators of the policies created. To go more into specific, what we have figured out through our process of as well consulting our members and also internally and looking at different already created researches is that it is important to have this access, that there is a space for online civic participation, but also that there is an option to disconnect, you to have the right to disconnect as well. This digital fatigue, those were kind of the core concepts we put in our policy paper. But when it comes to what are the needs, I would say we can put all of those needs into three specific points. One is access, second one is tools, so the digital means, computers, phones, etc., but as well knowledge on how to use those. And I do come from rural area myself. I still live in a rural area, and as well, it gives us a lot of opportunities to be part of the labor market from our rural communities, being able, to go outside and to be part of the world. So really, it is, especially when it comes to rural areas, important this aspect of access. So internet connectivity, fast broadbands, that it is that we are able to connect and not just wait a minute for a site to download, but to actually be able to take part in this let's say fast internet world. Then access to digital tools, as already mentioned. You need to have money, resources to buy these tools, especially with the fast changing of different digital programs, of different online tools that you can use. You really need to have a relatively good machines to operate on those. And thirdly, it is the knowledge to be able to use those tools properly. So to be able to use everything that the digital world gives to you. And I would say that the educational system, as to my experience, so I have a cousin that is 11 years old, and I check and the level of how much knowledge they get from a formal school system is very low, I would say, compared to what is possible online and what is the actual knowledge that is needed to be able to take part. So I would say those are the main tools, our main needs, and also something that was already mentioned with the first speaker, also this aspect of representation of women in this digital world.
Thank you, Anya. Yes, thank you very much. And for this, one perspective on the side of the need of the users, now I would like to give the word to Kjaren, who is going to talk about the industry side of things. Industry as a stakeholder category is very broad, but we also heard earlier from Julie that how businesses deal with the matter of digital transformation and digital competence training is very important. Industry holds a dual role in the digital transformation. On the one side, they are in need of digitally competent employees. According to Europass, 90% of jobs today already need at least basic levels of digital skills. On the other side, industry also includes the providers of the technologies we use on a day-to-day basis in digital societies, be it the infrastructure, be it the devices we operate, the software we use, or the services that are being provided and we rely on. How can industry support the digital transition, and where are limits to that support, where industry would need support from other stakeholder groups to make the digital transformation with and for all? Kjaren.
Well, greetings from Dublin. It's great to be here with you, and I'd like to thank Peter and the team in All Digital for organising such a great event and such great speakers. I was just struck earlier by Fiona's comment about the migration issue. Sorry, excuse me, Julie's comment was about the migration issue. And I think it's one of the sleeping giant issues in terms of Europe and our future economic prospects and our future digital prospects in terms of that workforce. It's something our president, Brad Smith, has actually alluded to a number of times, that for the first time in so many generations in Western economies, our labour force is starting to plateau and even dip. And I know in Ireland, for instance, we've had a 7.5% increase in our population in the last 6 years. That's a big jump in Irish context. We're at the highest level we've been in over 150 years, and more than half of that was inward migration. So a very, very deliberate policy of Irish governments over successive years has been to attract in inward talent, and the profile tends to be young, tends to be a dynamic, tends to have a skill set that is very productive and conducive. But just a few thoughts back to the initial proposition. We have seen an astonishing transformation triggered by COVID. We have seen how technology is now so interwoven within all our lives on a daily basis, young and old, wherever you are, technology is a key part of participation, basic participation in the way society is evolving. And from a political context, that's so important that if you're to avoid the challenges of digital exclusion, the digital divide, that sense of exclusion, this has to be the absolute priority. And I have to commend the Commission on their efforts. Microsoft joined the Pact for Skills in 2020. The stakeholder engagement on that basis has been very constructive, very positive, very forward-looking, and I think we're very keen to continue our participation and involvement in that. The prospect of roughly 150 million technology jobs becoming available globally by 2025 is a sobering thought for both those that are in the tech sector, but also those that are in the governance of our countries and societies, as to how they are going to be met. That is a sobering thought and a sobering challenge. Microsoft's mission is to empower every individual and every organization to do more. So we do feel that we have a certain amount of skin in the game, if you like, in trying to participate and support the achievement of that agenda. And if I just speak to, and other speakers have alluded to this, but I describe it as the burning platform, if you like, that, you know, the digital decade ambitions are not going to be met under the current trajectory. So if you're looking to have digital transformation as an economy or a society, you need the digital skills. If the digital skills you require at the level you require at scale are not going to be delivered under existing circumstances, you have to try some new thinking and new approaches. And I think the Pact for Skills is a good indication of that. That new thinking, that new approach to see how we can scale, and I'll come back to that. But if we look at the key targets, there are, I think of them in sort of easy to remember categories: gender, generation, and geography. And at all levels, and some of the speakers have touched on this, you know, the target of 80% of all adults having basic digital skills by 2030, we're at 56% or so at the moment. That's going to be a big challenge to move that dial. That's just a general level. But if you look at the breakdown in those three categories that I described, 81% of men comprise the ITC employment levels. At a generational level, 80% of 16 to 24-year-olds have basic digital skills. That drops to 33% for those 55 to 74. If you look at the geographic, there is, you know, basic urban rural in terms of access to connectivity in some instances and access to skills. But in a European context, there's a definite north-south and to a degree an east-west geographic dimension to the challenge. So you've got Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, countries like that at the top of the digital capital, human capital index, Romania, Portugal, Italy, countries like that towards the bottom. So there's a geographic, a gender, and a generational set of challenges that will require multifaceted approaches. And that's where I think companies like Microsoft and organizations like All Digital really can come into their own in terms of knitting together the types of new partnerships that I believe and Microsoft believe are required to try and support the achievement of those digital decade ambitions. So NGOs, academia, industry, and it's something that we're very conscious of in Microsoft in terms of the initiatives on it, and lots of companies have very interesting initiatives in the digital skilling space, digital training. Some of it is obviously because it is of business critical to have a pipeline, but also for companies like Microsoft that have very, very deep roots in Europe, that it's part of a societal challenge that we want to participate in and want to lean in on. A couple of initiatives just to flag that I think speak to the agenda. We did have a global skills initiative announced in 2020 that reached 12 million Europeans and is moving into a second iteration in terms of providing access to skilling opportunities. One of the top priorities, and this comes up again and again and again, is cyber skilling. That every organization, every department, every agency, every small entity, NGO, school, is really only starting to catch up with the challenges of cybersecurity. With that increased interest, increased demand, increased awareness is the need for the skilling of enough people at different levels. It doesn't always have to be at the absolute highest level to take on roles in cyber skilling. So 13 different countries in Europe have been initially in phase one targeted by Microsoft for a particular focus on cyber skilling. Ireland is one of those, so I'm heavily involved in partnerships with universities in Dublin to try and develop fit for purpose, industry-oriented, societally aware programs to try and deliver a pipeline of skilled people. And this kind of comes to my net point that those partnerships that are needed to achieve impact at scale does require the type of thinking that I believe is coming out of the Commission, and it does require strong partners in industry, working with NGOs, working with academic institutions to try and deliver that impact at scale. And the way I look at it is it needs some new thinking in terms of those partnerships. So in terms of the funding of the partnerships, a lot of the funding tends to be for new initiatives. Let's look more at programs that are maybe working already. And I know I worked in government as well, so I know it's always hard to turn off the tap on individual programs. But let's pick the winners, and let's look at what is working successfully through organizations like All Digital or companies like Microsoft or any number of companies that are leaning in heavily in that space. And let's see, can we pick the winners and scale those across geographies? And one of the benefits of organizations like All Digital or indeed Microsoft is that we're transnational and the scope for scaling is there. So I suppose to conclude with the mission, Microsoft's ambition is to empower every individual and every organization to do more. We're really looking to lean in and look to make an impact in this space. And thank you for the opportunity to share some of those thoughts.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Thank you to our speakers for the first round of introductory remarks. I think we've heard there's lots of topics to be covered, and there are lots of perspectives on it, but also a lot of agreement on things. Now, as announced, I would like to give the opportunity for the panelists to launch a follow-up question or dig a bit deeper on what has been said. And I would like to start with Martin. Do you have a question for one of our other panelists?
Okay, thanks a lot. I will bring again the challenges I've already mentioned within the presentation. I'm quite curious on how the colleagues from other states tackle with the shortage of ICT specialists, and how what actions do they do regarding the higher representative share of women in the area of ICT. That would be really nice to hear. What is your strategy? What is your approach? And it could be inspiration for Czech Republic to use your experience or to derive recommendations and next steps from your experience and from your practice. Thanks.
Okay, I think there was a question targeted at Julie.
Hi, okay, I can take a go. I think from the Commission side, one of our goals is trying to get people together to discuss. We've heard it a little bit in terms of the example of the Pact for Skills and the structured dialogue. So what we can do there is enable member states to come together through peer learning, through exchange, through analysis, to uncover those examples. And I think we can provide the forum that allows that to happen. In terms of what the specific examples are and the responsibility of countries to take those forward, largely as concerns education and training, it's for the member states or regions in terms of public policy themselves to determine the course that is appropriate. We can be there to support, to provide a flat platform for the exchange, but it's for the countries themselves to determine their course.
Thank you very much, Julie. And you are also up next to ask your question to one of the fellow panelists.
Okay, I'm not quite sure who I ask this to, but maybe it's a question and whoever would like to reply. I think one of the challenges we see is that, as I kind of referred to, we all agree. We all agree that skills are important. We all agree that digital skills are important. We can bring also the horse to water, but there's also the question of will the horse drink? How can we encourage more people to see the benefit of up and reskilling, including in digital? And by people, I mean individuals, enterprise, and in particular small enterprise as well.
All right. I think that probably Kjaren is the best place, as he's the industry representative in our panel. I know you're representing a bigger organization and not an SME, but maybe you have some insights and also partnering with a lot of other enterprises that are small or medium-sized. What can you tell us?
Well, sorry, I'm getting that echo again, but Julie dealt with it very adroitly. For me, it's about incentives. And I can speak to one case study here in Dublin, in particular in Microsoft, where we have a program called Dreamspace. And it's on site within our campus in Dublin. And over 4 years, we've had 100,000 primary and secondary level students attend formal STEAM programs over half a day each. And it's staffed by teachers, professional teachers, not Microsoft people. And one of the things, and this speaks to Martin's point a little bit as well about maybe case studies, because of the gender challenge in trying to get more female participation in STEM and STEAM, and you have the immediate challenge of the job you want to fill now, but you also have to think about the pipeline for the future, so for 5, 10, 15 years' time. One of the partnerships we have with a university in Ireland has agreed to recognise an accreditation provided for the female participants in our Dreamspace programme to give them extra credits when applying for third level places in college. So the Irish system, you get points at your high school or leaving cert, what it's called in Ireland, and you get into college based on the points you get for programs that have different points entry levels. This program now creates an incentive for young girls to get this accreditation, which will give them extra reach in terms of getting into university programs later on. So that's just one example that I'm familiar with very particularly in Ireland. But another small case study that is a little bit idiosyncratic as well is during lockdown, and this is a more general digitization issue, that the government had a program, it's a sort of an online trading voucher, worth about 2,500 to any SME to get started up. And outside of COVID, there might have been 1,000 or 2,000 participants in the online trading voucher. When COVID hit and lockdown happened, the number jumped to 20,000 because necessity, the incentive forced SMEs that are always too busy. And this is always the challenge. SMEs and startups are always too busy trying to make the next sale and make payroll on Friday to have any time to do anything discretionary, or that's how they feel. But when the incentive was literally forced upon them by circumstance, they all found the time to do that out of necessity. So I think that's just a sort of an insight for me that, as Julie said, you can create as many programs, incentives, but how do you make people engaged is the challenge, and the incentives for me are absolutely key in making these programs work, not just on paper, which is often the real challenge.
Very good. Thank you, Karen. Now over to Anja. Please pose your question to a fellow panelist.
Yes. My question would be to representative from Czech, and it is a question: how do you involve young people in the policy making on this? So how do you get their opinions exactly on this, and then policies are created like that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a really good question. In last years, we, of course, led several discussions with the student initiatives when we were discussing the educational policy development. but it was not done in systematic way. So, for example, as I was talking about the established expert group for digital education, my view or my dream is that we will have also students in this group, so we can discuss with them what is important from their point of view, so they are really connected into the whole process of policy making. Right now we've got several ministries, representatives within this group. We've got representatives of employers, of NGOs, other initiatives which are focusing on the area of digital education. Yeah, but we would like to invite also the initiatives of students as well, so we can discuss with them properly all the stuff we want to do and give them the space to bring their own experience or thoughts on how the policy should be developed further in the upcoming years.
Thank you, Martin. And finally, Kjaren, your turn for your question.
I'm not sure if this might be a little unfair on Julie, but I might direct a question to Julie. If you had a magic wand, Julie, and you could make one change overnight to improve the digital skilling proposition, what would that be? And you didn't have to worry about, unanimity across states.
Yeah, if you had the magic wand, indeed. I think it would be about seeing the benefit, and it bit links up to my question and your point about incentives, because this is an imperative. People need to see the benefit. Businesses need to see the benefit of doing it. The incentives need to be there, but also the cultural shift and the things that can create a framework that actually, for someone who is working already a 10-hour day, maybe 2 jobs, who has a family to take care of, who maybe has other responsibilities, to say, well, actually, yes, I want to do something, and I will be rewarded for doing something. So there is a kind of cause and effect between you invest, whether it's as an individual, or whether it's a business, or and you see the result. And I think in order to do that, we need to get better at making those arguments to people, but we also need to get better at underpinning that with good quality data. Good quality data on the effects of investing in education and in skills, whether it be through public budgets, and there we have a number of initiatives that we're trying to push a little in that direction. Also on the company side, looking through instruments such as the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and how businesses construct their accounts, how they might place investing in people, investing in skills as an investment, not a cost on the balance sheet. And for individuals to see that link between, yeah, I step up and get engaged in training, and it brings me something. So that would be my magic wand moment, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Julie, and thank you for the panelists for their questions and responses. Now we have just about enough time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, if there are any that you can think of right away. Otherwise, I know it was also a lot to take in and to think about, and we are next in term in our program, we are going to go to a coffee break, and if you think about anything there, I'm sure you can follow up with the speakers. Any questions? All right, then I would like to pose a question to Anja because you weren't receiving a question from the fellow panelists. And I would like to turn your own question back on you. From your expertise from the Youth Forum, how do you involve youth in decision-making processes and in devising initiatives?
Yeah, thank you for this boomerang question. There's a lot of mechanisms to be used, but the first one is that young people have seats at the table, so that it's not a one-off consultation, but there's a long process of young people being involved in this. So it's not just, oh, we're going to have a meeting with them, we're going to listen to them for an hour and a half, and then we're going to say goodbye and see what we do with that or not. So having something that was already mentioned, expert groups that meet more times and are really engaged in this. Or one example is that there are governmental councils, which are like a consultative body to the ministry or to the government, where young people regularly meet and discuss this as well, you know, putting more young people on the list for elected positions and really have elected people within this age group of being young, also establishing different dialogues. But what it is important is to use the existing structures, meaning different youth organizations that already have reach to young people, are young themselves, and have this knowledge and expertise on this, but as well as students, unions, especially the ones studying in this field, that they are there on a long term, not just one-off participation.
Okay, thank you very much, Anja. And I think with that, we are out of time, unfortunately, for today, but the discussions and dialogues and initiatives and efforts are going to continue, as we've heard, beyond this session here today. I'm sure there's many more questions we can ask and discuss, but that will happen at another time later on. Thank you very much for the audience for being here with us today, and thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you to Julie in Brussels, thank you to Kjaren in Dublin, thank you to Anja in Ljubljana, and thank you to Martin here in Prague.
Thank you very much.
And as announced, now we have the coffee break, and after that we will continue here at 12:15.
Good afternoon, everybody. I heard it's like a beehive next door, so we'll see if they calm down a bit or preferably come back to the room. Which may not happen, but we gotta start because the session is pretty short on time. Our next session is about Ukrainian crisis, and specifically about how can digital skills help with integration. And for that, we have three distinguished guests who are gonna share their experience with us regarding what they do back home with their organizations. So please let me invite on stage Dr. Katarzyna Urban from Science and Research of ECCC Foundation, Mr. Yanis Zaindish, Deputy Director for ICT, Culture Information Systems Center of Latvia, and our special guest who's kind enough to help us replace Michala Doleželová, and I would like to invite on stage Andreas Fibiger, who's an International Community Engagement Lead for Central and Eastern Europe in Microsoft Philanthropies. Now, before I let you speak and share your experience, maybe there's needed a bit of an introduction of the topic itself. Ukraine crisis presents some unprecedented challenges. And soon we discovered it's not just about providing food and shelter, but also how we can actually integrate the refugee population in our countries. For that reason, we invited speakers who can share their very specific experience, and they can provide us with some very useful insights on how does it work in their specific environments. So for that, I will ask them maybe give us a brief context on how this whole started and what they actually do. Katarzyna, can you start, please?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Katarzyna Urban. Thank you for introduction. And just a few words about the specific context that we are located in and that we work. Generally, as my opening remark is that I'm glad to say that living in the era of digital transformation and the motive that we meet around here today, I feel this is something that really helps us to prepare for the unpreparing, and to prepare to be unexpected, and something that requires us to be a little flexible and to be agile in our action. And this is exactly what we experienced in the last few months. Started from the pandemic, but later with the Ukrainian and Russian crisis. This is something that we experienced, and this is something that we had to respond. Our organization is an NGO. We are a member of All Digital, but our core job is we deal with certification, digital skills certification, and we are a digital skills provider. We had nothing to do with psychological help, humanitarian help, or anything like this. But we strictly were focused on helping institutions and individuals to progress and to upgrade their digital skills. We are located in Lublin, so this is the region neighboring directly with Ukraine. We are roughly 2 million inhabitants in whole region. In the capital center of Lublin is like 500,000 inhabitants. The figures I'm telling you that, and the context I'm setting specifically, is important because imagine that since February till now, 6.6 million Ukrainian refugees passed our border and transferred through our region. And we dealt with the crisis from the very beginning. So to set the context even more specifically, I must tell you a bit of a historical chronological things. When the crisis started on the 24th of February, nobody really expected what would happen. We had this massive income of refugees coming to the border. But the first people that were coming didn't really think about digital skills and didn't really need that. There was a humanitarian help that was needed. And this was the point where all the organization, I would say, would have to step out of their comfort zone and think how we can help. So this was also the case for us, but we are not the only ones. This was the case for the institutions, for many, many private people that would put hands-on attitude to acting and help the Ukrainians. So for the first 3-4 weeks, I would say that the people who would come had like plan what to do, had at least an address, a contact point, and they know where they were going. Some of them were staying in Lublin region, but most of them would transfer and go further into Poland or abroad. So these were the people who needed short-term humanitarian help, some psychological help, but didn't really need long-term catering. You know, nobody has like the skill to know what the future brings. So nobody expected how long the situation will last. As the weeks were passing, you know, the different kind of refugees would start to come, because these were the people coming from the eastern part of Ukraine. These were the people who didn't want to leave Ukraine at no costs. These were the people who didn't know where to go. These were the people who could not afford to go. These were the people who experienced the horrible of war. These were the people with trauma. These were the people who survived in their homes for 4-6 weeks. These were the people who saw their houses being bombarded in this modern world. So these were the people who really needed a different type of help and a different type of taking care of them. And these were the people with no plan, which makes it a special situation, because a lot of them were the ones who stayed actually in the region. The profile of this group were women with children. The men obviously stayed in Ukraine, and the men who would work in Poland as economic immigrants would willingly go back to Ukraine to fight for the homeland. So not only did we have this humanitarian crisis in terms of no shelter, the need for shelter, the need for food, but also we had traumatized people who needed this psychological help. So these were the first months, I would say. And also the question arose, what engagement, what kind of support they need? Can like digital skills tap into some of these? And after a few weeks, since this crisis, our government decided to give every citizen, every refugee that would seek asylum in Poland and who would like to stay here, grant the same rights as Polish citizens. Our administration is pretty digitalized, so in order to participate fully in the civic world, you need to have at least basic digital skills. And this is where the story with digital skills actually started. People massively would start to register to get this ID number, because with this ID number you can get like school place for your child, a visit to the doctor. You are visible by the system basically, so any help you want, any help you need, without this number is actually impossible. So this was the thing when digital skills were crucial, and not only for the Ukrainian refugees who needed to register via these kind of things, but also for the system. This crisis was also the opportunity to see and to reflect how efficient our systems are. Because imagine, so far, to register, you would normally register newborn children, and this was it. And some immigrants, this was not that massive. And now you had dozens of people coming and registering. So even our clerks in administration had to have extra training to provide help for the refugees to get registered. So I would say that without digital skills, any kind of civic life in Poland would not be possible for the refugees. But not only this basic level digital skills were relevant. Later, when the situation was developing, there come the issue of education for the children, because 3/4 of the number of the refugees were the children who were in the school education. Some of them still were able to continue their education online with Ukraine, but some of them wanted to enroll to Polish schools. And yet again, nobody really could figure out how to do it and for what period of time to do it. Our minister was open to admit the children to schools, but here we had the language barrier and the logistics barrier. Because imagine in our region, we had 20% of students' population increase. Imagine the pressure on the classroom numbers, on the teachers. And you need a teacher, a supporting teacher for the classroom who would facilitate language communication for every class. So this was another challenge. And digital skills proved to be important key in education. You know, a few months ago, Polish Ministry of Education and Science launched a project called Laboratories of Future. This project was to provide every school with the infrastructure that they need. So they have flexibility, they had the freedom to choose what kind of equipment they want. With this was accompanied with the training for the teachers, how to use this, and the programs that the schools had to launch for the students to help them facilitate. What the directors would report back to the Ministry of Education is that when you have the Polish and Ukrainian children play together on a game or something, there is actually no problems with integration. They just understand each other immediately. So you could see that this is the point where digital skills help people integrate as well. Another factor where the digital skills proved to be very important and crucial is the employment. You know, after the Ukrainian asylum seekers settled down a bit in Poland, and it proved that it's not going to be weeks, it's going to be months, maybe years, all this situation, and they will not be able to go back home. Many of women started to think about the employability, and here again, to be able to use the system, you need to have digital skills, plus most of what we have are the jobs with at least basic level of digital skills. So here again, we had the actions launched by the administration. Polish network of labor offices had this action of here is employment. They made a program when they provided information on NGOs who would provide short courses for the Ukrainians who were seeking to upgrade their digital skills. But here another thing comes into picture, and I must say that in this specific context, digital skills come very closely with social skills and language skills, because it very often proved that people coming from Ukraine did have good digital skills, but they were using, for example, different keyboard with different letters with this Ukrainian alphabet. So this was the obstacle to fully express themselves and efficiently look for a job. What is important to mention here is that all the actions that were taken by the Polish and what is going on now is the networking and the partnership. Nothing could be done by the institution or by the decision of one person. All the help and all the support for the Ukrainians was grassrooted, and was, you could see private entities, business sector who would provide financial support, NGOs who were the closest to the Ukrainian people, and then the administration who would step in to give a bit of support in information and introducing changes. From the perspective of our organization, as I told you in the beginning, we had no interest in psychological help or humanitarian help. We did digital training skills. But when this situation happened, we quickly had to adjust to it. Well, we didn't have to. We wanted. We saw there was a need. And we also launched the project, a comprehensive support for Ukrainian asylum seekers. And our situation is specific in the sense that we really do have these people at home. They walk on our streets. We share the same shops now. You know, they are our neighbors now. So these are not some numbers that you just see in the application that would use your tool. These are the people that come to you, that talk to you, that do have faces. So we really had the blessing to know what their needs are and what their expectations now. So now what we are doing in the organization, we were able to support a number of courses, short-term courses that would on one hand, enhance the employability of the Ukrainian women, because a lot of them do have vocational skills, but need some extra support with translating this into Polish context or some other online context, because being based in Poland, they can work elsewhere. But also another strong part is the education. A lot of children, especially teenagers, being in the final years of their education, well, seeing that the situation is not going to change probably, do consider staying and continuing their education in Poland, and they need the support here. So another part of what we do on a daily basis is to provide this education preparatory courses for the asylum seekers. So these are the two things that we do, basically.
Thank you. That's impressive. That's really impressive. You also mentioned language barriers, Katarzyna, and I know from talking to Yanis that you also had the problem with language barriers, and luckily for us at this conference, you used some digital tools to tackle this issue. So can you tell us a bit about this?
Yes, thank you for inviting me. And we are Culture Information Systems Center. We work under Ministry of Culture. And as our name states, we work with different information systems. We provide the day-to-day job for archives, museums, and libraries as well. We have been involved in bigger projects where we provided digital skills for librarians and other groups of people, but mostly not directly to citizens, but indirectly. Yes, I also agree that at first it was when the war started, in Latvia we thought about to provide the basic needs and so on, but as we see that the war continues and the people lives in Latvia, we started to see that we need to provide other things daily, and as we are Latvia and we have Latvian language, we speak about 1.9 million people only in the world, so we are a very small language, and in the past 10 years we have doing a lot of with tools and with tools that can save Latvian language in digital era, because we know English language is one of the top in the world, but still not everyone speaks in English or other languages. We speak in our native language, and so we have 10 years ago we started with machine translation tool, Hugo.lv, and currently it's national language technology platform in Latvia. It provides translation tools, speech-to-text, text-to-speech, virtual assistants, and other tools for Latvian language. and currently we serve around 20 million requests per year with more than 500 million words translated. And it was quite logical that with our technology partner, a well-known company Tilde in Latvia, also in Europe and I hope in the world, which works with language technologies. In 2 months after the war started, we added Latvian, Ukrainian and vice versa translation tool because we see that that the government, the public sector, also the libraries and also other institutions and individual persons who love to help Ukrainians in Latvia would like to speak with them in a native language. So we added this new translation version, and we see that in the past 5 months there has been around 500,000 translated words from Latvian to Ukrainian, and these tools use it. Of course, there's Google Translate and other tools, but in Latvia, Hugo is quite popular for public sector and one of the main tools in government, so government trusts that, and we provide quite a good translation quality, but still it's challenging for us. And yes, as I mentioned, that we would like to speak with people in their native language. Of course, many of them speaks Russian as well, some of them in English, but mostly we would like to provide them information in Ukrainian language. Some institutions already use this tool to provide websites in Ukrainian language as well. In the same time, we are stripping Russian language from our websites. That's a kind of political situation in Latvia as well. You can imagine we have Russia as on our border country, and we have been into war. So it's yes, it's not easy, and it's quite a difficult time. But for integrating and helping people, that language barrier is one of the things we are working with and providing.
Thank you for sharing this. Now, there's one more element that's really curious, and I would like to learn about your experience, Andreas, regarding the community management. How do you engage with the situation?
Thank you so much, and thank you for letting me speak today. It's been a very sensitive topic to me, having colleagues both in Ukraine, Russia, and the neighboring countries. There's been a lot of motivation seen, which is just great to see people scooch in on the bench, help each other to do crisis management, humanitarian aid, housing, food distribution, all of the above. So I'm really proud of what Microsoft has contributed here. But as you also mentioned in the opening remark, I think we are moving from the first phase, which is crisis management, travel support, all of these things, humanitarian actions, into how do we now try to integrate mostly the Ukrainian women and children and the elderly in the countries that they're now based in. How do we make sure they become a good part of the society? How do we make sure they're integrated, right? Because there's a lot of uncertainty in this. Many of these women, also those that I've spoken to, they have uncertainty. Are they going home? Are they staying? Are they going to a third place? Many of them have families, husbands, fathers, still based in Ukraine, right? So how do we make sure we give them something to motivate them to move forward with their lives while they're stuck in the countries that they're in now, or to integrate and bring their families later on? And I think a pivotal part of that could be digital skills. We have programs actually very according to the sessions I've attended, both for the women for IT, but also on speaking on cybersecurity. We have a program now in Poland together with Institute Kosciuszko, where we try to give Ukrainian women who fled the war cybersecurity lessons. We are trying to give them internships and integrate them into the Polish job market. So that's a way of doing it. There is a language barrier, and I would like to address that as well. It is hard. There is a lot of language issues, but there's also the argument that I think we need to pose, and that we pose from Microsoft, that if you are getting a tech-enabled job or if you are acquiring digital skills, it's an important part to get familiar with learning technical aspects and digital skills in English. It's something that you'll use in your workforce experience. It's something that will help integrate you onto international companies such as Microsoft, such as others. It's not easy, but it's an argument that we need to make as well.
Thank you for that, because I personally think that the language is the key, considering that the Ukrainians coming in are a huge resource themselves. It's not like we have to provide everything to them, because from my experience here with helping Ukrainians in Czech Republic, with those women and children coming in, there's also plenty of teachers out of them. Many of these people are actually already skilled to do their jobs, and it's just the language barrier that's the issue. You mentioned 20% of, let's say, increase of students at schools, but also out of these tens of thousands of people coming in, thousands of them will be teachers. So finding a way how to integrate them, at least temporarily, into the work process can actually help us with plenty of these issues. And I'm glad that you do this, Yanis, with the language tools. I had a follow-up question for that. So it wasn't exactly clear to me. Are you translating Ukrainian, Russian, and Latvian, or are there other languages in your tool?
No, currently we provide Latvian English, Latvian, Russian, and Latvian, and as well Latvian, Ukrainian, Ukrainian, Latvian. We will provide all the European languages in this end of the year. But the one thing I didn't mention, I stated that we translate the documents and information in Ukrainian language, but there are a lot of people, we see that Ukrainians which see that they will be staying longer here in Latvia, they are starting to learn Latvian language. And that also helps them, this tool and other tools, of course. That's quite, I would say that's quite different from people which were living in Latvia for more than 30 years and didn't understand anything Latvian. So,
okay,
yes.
Good. Fingers crossed with all those translations. Now, I see we're running short on time, so I want
to... well, from what my colleagues said, you deal a lot with language competencies. Your programs has this strong issue of social competencies, employability. And I think this is the moment, and this specific situation is the one that we can't talk about digital skills in separation. This is the occasion when social skills, language skills, and digital skills are like one combo. One cannot exist without another. So this is important to mention, I think. And just a quick remark on the employability. Our specific situation is not like yours. The employability rate of the women that leave now in the Lublin region is about 20–25%. Pure reason for this is that they are lonely women with a bunch of children. Like when you are a lone woman with school or young children, like 3 or 4 of them, how can you even think of the employment? So this is our specific context. These are the people who really had no B plan, and they stayed in the first safe place. So we are in a bit different situation, and that is why this kind of social digital programs are crucial, like what Microsoft provides and what we provide. And the programs that use digital skills as a means of communication and means for cybersecurity, to be able to differentiate fake news from the reality, and use the digital skills as a means to be in contact with their homeland, not to lose their identity. Because from every Ukrainian person that seeks asylum in Ukraine, I talked to actually has a plan to go back and to rebuild their country. So this is not there to stay. We'll see what the future brings. We had the proof that we have to be flexible and agile, but as for now, this is what they say.
Thank you. And I think that's a really good closing remark, that all those skills cannot be taken separated, that they all intertwine and the situation is really complex. So I thank you, all of you, for your input, for your very valuable insights. And I think they actually should be applauded for this. And we will move on to another brief session with two of our speakers who will connect online again, super digital conference. And they will talk about European Digital Skills Certificate. But before that, one formal announcement, because right after the session, that's closing at 1, we will have a group photo next room. So don't run away to, and I think you will be running away because there's lunch coming in, but don't run away right away. Just walk next doors in a civilized way and we'll take a nice group picture together. Now, back to the agenda itself. European Digital Skills Certificate will be presented to you by 2 speakers, and the first one is Koen Nomden, Team Leader Transparency and Recognition of Skills and Qualifications at DG EMPL at the European Commission. Koen, and that's not Koen, that's Clara Centeno, Senior Researcher at JRC for Human Capital and Employment at the European Commission. So, Clara, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm free to take the floor. I hope you can hear us and see us. So my colleague Clara and myself, we are giving you a presentation on the work that we are currently carrying out towards the European Digital Skills Certificate. Why do I say towards? Because we don't have the Digital Skills Certificate, but we are in the process of seeing how we can get there. So we will try to keep it as short as possible because we know that you are, of course, hungry. Now, if we look at European level at digital skills and the work we do there, also on the Digital Skills Certificate, you will see, and that is the purpose of the slide, to show you that this work is not taking place in isolation. I'm hearing an echo on my laptop, but as long as you don't hear it in the room, it is not a problem, I hope. So in this landscape, you see different initiatives. On the policy side, this fits really into the policy priority of making Europe fit for the digital age. And digital skills are really at the top of the EU political agenda. And we all know, I mean, this is needed to function in society. So they are also supported by many programs, financially, and also parts of the European budget. And there are targets. The EU wants that, and this was an agreed target under the digital decade, that 80% of the population has basic digital skills in 2030. And I think the preceding discussion showed how important this is, because also governments will be focusing on digital services more and more. Just one thing I would like to draw your attention to as well is that all of this takes also place within the compass, let's say, the guide of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which has also a first principle, which means that everybody is entitled to lifelong learning. I think we can move to the next slide to go into the work we do more specifically on the European Digital Skills Certificate. So the idea for the certificate was developed in the Digital Education Action Plan that is consultable on the Europa pages. And this Digital Action Plan, Education Action Plan, contains action number 9 on the Digital Skills Certificate, and it invites actually the Commission to work, on a recognized and accepted digital certificate by governments, by employers, but also by other stakeholders, and that this recognition should be across Europe, also between countries. And this would allow Europeans to indicate a level of digital competence and The base for that indication is in the digital competence framework, which I think many of you know well. And yeah, this is a key reference framework in this context. Now, what are the objectives of a possible European Digital Skills Certificate? Now, first of all, it's important that if we look at one, that if this is done, of course, we need to agree on a set of quality requirements. And the aim, apologies, is to enhance transparency, to enhance mutual recognition of digital skills certifications that already exist. There are a lot of certifications offered by governments, by employers, by NGOs, and so on. Key is transparency and mutual recognition of these. It should also then allow people to indicate their level of digital competence, yeah, on such certificate. And of course, this is also an encouragement for individuals to acquire new skills, which can of course be done through training, but we also know that acquiring digital skills often also happens informally. Then thirdly, this is a key point. When there is a scheme like that, it should be complementary to and not replace existing national or international digital skills certification schemes. And there is already a landscape with a large number of skill certification schemes. And then fourthly, the digital decade targets, which I already referred to. What is then a feasibility study doing? And we concluded the contract, the Joint Research Center of the Commission concluded the contract over the summer, and the study, feasibility study for the European Digital Skills Certificate started early September, so just a few weeks ago, and All Digital is one of the partners, one of the consortium members in the study. Why a feasibility study? Now, exactly because already many certification schemes exist, so we need to map these schemes. We need to understand the current offer. We also then need to understand the gap which exists in digital skills certification, and all of this in order to work on something that also brings added value to the existing situation. But we first need to understand the value of the existing situation. Then the analysis of the current digital skills policies and also the training and the education training offer that is in place. Also, we should have an understanding of this. And of course, you would also then need to look, once you are a bit further in the study, look into the possible operational, technical, financial, and governance perspectives of a European Digital Skills Certificate. And then, of course, certification schemes do not exist in isolation. In order to support and in order to be successful, and to support also really the policy target of digital skills, of course, an EDSC must be meaningful, and it must be located also within the broader landscape of ENT policies and offers, because finally what we want to achieve is having a European Digital Skills Certificate that is used and that is appreciated by stakeholders. I now pass on, and by, of course, individuals. And I now pass on the floor to Clara.
Sorry, I was fixing my mic. So good afternoon or good morning to everyone. Yes, indeed, I would like to, before we get into the analysis of the presentation of the study, a small reflection, a very important one, on the implications of the fact that the EDSC will be based on DigComp. In fact, the certificate, it's aimed to be addressed for all citizens. We are talking here about generic digital competences. And then if we look at a normal or one of the possible skills development cycle, which starts with, for example, definition of skills needs, which could be developed by employers or education and training actors with regards to digital skills, then an individual would go through a self-assessment or an assessment of skills, maybe guided by some actors, career guidance actors or education and training actors to identify where the individual is standing with regards to this competence to be achieved, and then looking at the gap identified would engage into a learning path, of course provided by education and training actors and some resources, which at the end could allow him or her to get our certificate. So in fact, the point is that certification is in a final stage in the skills development process that includes previous steps. And then these steps need to be based on a common understanding of what the different actors which are involved in these steps understand for digital competence. In this case, it would be DigComp. And as a final element is that the feasibility of the EDSC will depend very much on the degree of alignment to DigComp of all these different steps in the skills development process in Europe. So as Koen was mentioning before, it's not happening in isolation. Then I'm sure that most of you are familiar with DigComp, but for those newcomers, just a very brief introduction. What is DigComp? Is the European Framework for Digital Competence for Citizens, as it's a key pillar for the EDSC. DigComp takes as a definition for digital competence the one on the Council recommendation on key competence for lifelong learning, as involving the confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies for learning, at work, and for participation in society. It is defined as a combination of knowledge, skills, and attitudes. I'm going to go through some of the dimensions of DigComp. The first one is the 5 areas, which are in the order of a clock, starting at 12 o'clock. Information and data literacy, the first one. Then we have communication and collaboration. The third one is digital creation. The fourth, safety, and the fifth, problem solving. Each of these areas is articulated in a number of competences. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can consult them. For those not familiar, you can consult that. So in total, we have 21 competences within the 5 areas. And then the third dimension of DigComp is that it articulates 8 proficiency levels grouped into 4 meta levels: foundation, intermediate, advanced, and highly specialized levels, which are articulated based on 3 parameters. With regards to the complexity of tasks, the autonomy, and the cognitive domain. But I would like to finish presenting to you what actors are telling us, what we observe, the uses of DigComp by different actors in the field. First of all, the major benefit of DigComp is that it provides a common language between these different actors, which we were mentioning. It inspires policy and strategy design by multiple at European as well as national levels with regards to digital competence development. Also for educational actors and ministries, it guides curriculum development. It is used as a reference for cataloging, designing, and developing training content. It guides the development of self-assessment, assessment, and certification tools already in the field. Also, it is a reference used by employers for the definition of professional digital profiles. So what digital competence, specific occupations, or professional profiles need to have. It also drives alignment in competence measurement. So the Eurostat DSI, Digital Skills Indicator, is aligned to DigComp, and also other organizations like E2 is also using DigComp as a reference. Finally, to conclude that DigComp has become a reference in Europe, also among associated countries, and also in the world as UNESCO and World Bank, and promoting it in their digital competence projects. So now let's go into the description of the study, and this is a timeline where I would like to present to you at the same time the tasks, deliverables, and most importantly, the consultations, because the study is going to be based on a thorough consultation process, because we want to be sure that the design and the understanding of what would be an EDSC would be in line with all the stakeholders belonging to the ecosystem needs and requirements. So we have started with the identification of the stakeholders and the consultation strategy right now. And the next step will be to map the certification landscape in Europe, taking into account not only the schemes available, but also the policies and the education and training offer. This is going to be done through a consultation process that will start end of October, go through November, and produce a first deliverable end of the year. The next step will be to consult stakeholders again on the needs for a certificate, and then if there is a certificate that would be designed, what would be its shape, how it will look like. And this outcome will be finalized by January next year. The next step will be the definition, the design. What could be an EDSC and the operational and governance model, and then several scenarios will be developed. And through a consensus building event, we would like to choose the best scenario with you, with the different stakeholders, that will be the target scenario for the feasibility analysis. This will be finished by April, and then the feasibility analysis will take place through another consultation process to understand the technical, operational, financial, governance aspects of this designed EDSC. After this analysis, then a consultation event will take place where this design will be revised, and the initial design will be revised, and also the pilot of the EDSC will be designed with voluntary organizations, those who want to participate to the pilot, as well with defining strategic implementation recommendations. This will take place, so this will be validated by stakeholders in October to finalize in November. So because the next step of this importance of the consultation process is so important for the project, we have started to define, to be sure that we include everyone that has to be included and we don't forget anyone. It's a complete landscape. So to simplify it, we have structured the information on one side, try to identify the functional roles within the ecosystem of the certificate, where we have in this slide, I will start from the bottom, we have the certificate recipients, which are learners, job seekers, employees. And then organizations interacting with the certificate recipients. On the left side, in blue, we have education and training providers, which are providing education and training offers so that the user, the certificate recipients, can get trained to get a certificate. Then we have in the pink box, the big box, we have the certification service providers with different roles. We have scheme owners who define the rules and manage the scheme. Within the scheme, we have the quality assurance agents, which will certify teachers, certify education material, certify test places and test actors. And those finally interacting with the users will be the test providers, the certification test providers. On top of that, we may have also quality assurance certification organizations and standardization organizations, which should or may have to certify these certification service providers complying with these minimum quality requirements. Then we have, going to the right, career guidance services, which are orientation services, public and private employment services, social inclusion actors, which accompany the user in a learning path and also on an eventual certification process. And finally, we have recruiting agents, so all employers from private, public, and also third sector who are specifying the needs for digital skills for specific occupations and are creating really the demand for a recognized quality label on digital skills competences. On top of all that, we have policy actors which influence all these areas of activities. Then if we look at the stakeholder types, we have identified these 12 categories of stakeholder types. With our goal now is to ensure that we have everybody in, which includes policymakers and public authorities, digital skill certification providers, the IT industry, education and training providers, business, employment services, social and digital inclusion actors, workers' representative organizations, professional associations, quality assurance and standard organizations, researchers and academics, and independent advisors or consultants. Finally, the landscape is very complex. So in this slide, we try to just illustrate that on the left side, we have indicated the functional role. On the top, we have the stakeholders group. And we understand that different stakeholders can play different roles. And this implication is that for the consultation strategy, we'll have to have an open approach, which means that for each functional role, we'll have to open the floor to all stakeholders that feel they have a role to play or understand they have a role to play for that functional role, so that we will be able to gather the complexity of the realities of the different stakeholders part of this current and future ecosystem. And finally, to share with you some of the challenges we see for the study, some of them starting with maybe lack of awareness or interest by stakeholders to participate in this consultation process, the high expectations from policy and some stakeholders, while keeping in mind that we are in a voluntary scheme where the Commission does not have a competence. The third one is that we are aware of the limited knowledge of this comp among multiple stakeholders, maybe not so much in education, but yes, in the employment side. as well as the lack of awareness and understanding of digital competence needs among employers. Within our own study, the challenges we have as well is to manage a true participatory process, ensuring that, for example, the feasibility analysis is representing stakeholders' reality, and manage and ensure a consensus building among different actors which have possibly conflicting interests. Finally, we also want to learn from past projects like ECDL, or learn from schemes from the language scheme, which is the one which gives us an image of what could be a future digital skills certificate. And finally, where we are in a European context, so achieve a reasonable consistency with EU initiatives and tools, some of which are still under development. And now I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Kun, so I will present what we have achieved so far.
Yeah, thank you, Clara. Sorry, dear ladies and gentlemen, I know you're probably very hungry, but we are coming to an end of our presentation. So what we have been achieving so far is we are working on this initiative across the Commission. So we are working on this with different services, so you want ministries or departments of the European Commission. So I am in DG EMPL. EMPL stands for employment. But all relevant services and departments have been invited, and we are working together on this. Secondly, there is a community of practice that was already established by All Digital, a community of practice on certification. And those of you interested, I would really like to invite you to register in the community of practice, because it will also be used in the context of the stakeholder consultation. And the contract, is one of the partners is All Digital, the other two are Entity Data and Empirica. And this afternoon in the education track workshop, you will hear also more about the stakeholder consultation, where the month of October will be quite crucial. And I think with this, we have come to the end of our presentation. Apologies, we went a little bit over time. Would like to thank you, and I don't know whether you see the last slide, because I just see myself now on the screen. There is also an email address with a functional mailbox where you can write to if you have further questions. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you to both of the speakers. I'm pretty sure many of us will join those digital consultations, at least I will. So I would understand at least some of what was presented. Now, picture time and lunchtime, and we're coming back at 2:15. So note that in an hour and 7 minutes we'll be back, but until then, picture and some fun. See you soon. there's plenty of things we're going to do this afternoon. First, just to make sure only the right people are here, we have multiple sessions going on right now. You are in the main room for the innovation track. So whoever isn't here for the innovation track should leave. And just in case you don't know where, the education track, meaning the Digital Education Hub and All Digital Academy and European Digital Skills Certificate, is taking place in room 1, which is the first floor next to the market. The youth track, focusing on Emilia project, is in a room 2 next to cafeteria downstairs. The culture track on Biblio is in room 3, which is in the ground floor, and it's accessible from outside. And I think we can start the innovation session right now with Peter Palvodi, who's going to moderate the session and will introduce all the speakers. The floor is yours, Peter.
Thank you very much, and I'm staying up on the stage just for the first 5 minutes because I will have a few slides also to show you. But let me explain you this innovation track. And thank you very much for joining us. So this session is dedicated to presenting some all digital member organizations activities. We are calling this track Shaping Digital Transformation on the Ground, how digital transformation is implemented in Europe at local or national level. And such we would like to give the floor to our member organization representatives. And it was really like hard to select 6 of them, and unfortunately we don't have space for more member organization representatives who are also here today with us. So I would like to present them. We have Gabriele Ford, Director of Fundația EOS, Education for Open Society from Romania, and her organization is a founding member of All Digital, and literally her organization joined on the 1st of July in 2010. Then we have Mara Jakobson, Vice President of the Latvian Information and Communication Technology Association, or better known LICTA. And Mara and her organization joined All Digital on the 5th October 2010. Then we have Veronique de Leyner from Belgium, representing Media Actie Curregem Stad. She's the director of the organization, and her organization joined a little bit later in 2014 on the 24th July. Then I'm very pleased to have Nikolai Quantaliani with us, representing the Baltic Internet Policy Initiative. He is the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of the organization. He will tell about their very unique experience, what they do in Europe. And they joined us 3 years ago in 2019 on the 23rd of April. Then we have Gerhard Seiler, and it's hard to tell when Gerhard himself joined All Digital. Right now he's representing Ict Lab from Germany. Gerhard is the head of strategy and innovation, and he was formerly representing in the All Digital Stiftung Digitale Chancen, then Hollywood Media and Education organizations who are still members of All Digital, of course, and now he is from Ict Lab, which organization joined us on the 30th of April 2020. And I'm very pleased, finally, but not least, to welcome Stefano Tirati with us, who is from Learning Digital Italy. He's the CEO of the organization. And his organization is one of those who just recently joined us on the 31st of March 2022. And if I may have my short presentation onto the screen, then I would briefly talk about All Digital membership. Thank you. Okay, so All Digital has currently 80 member organizations, and we are representing, or our member organizations, coming from 26 different European countries. As you can see, there are some countries where we have great representation, and then a lot of organizations are members of our network. So the most member organizations are from Spain. I think we have 13 members. And then we have Belgium and Italy, where from we have 12 and 12 member organizations. Of course, in Belgium, we have some networks or European networks who are also registered in Belgium, but we have many local member organizations such as Max, what Veronique is representing. And then we have Germany, Croatia, Greece, Hungary, Poland, where we have 3 or 4 member organizations. In other countries we have 2, and in more other countries we have just 1 member organization. This is another presentation of what we are covering in Europe, the red areas where we have members, and the gray areas where we don't actually have yet member organizations, with the exception of Turkey, because just last week we received a membership application from Turkey, so Turkey is the newest country that we are covering in our network. But as you can see, we are not covering yet all Europe, so this is a call now for Slovakia, for Austria, and for other neighboring countries, the Western Balkan countries, and some countries in the northeast of Europe, to join us and represent their countries in the All Digital Network. And we are also looking forward to welcoming members from the bordering regions, which is, next to the EU borders, but very much interested in opening our network to neighboring countries and regions. Just a list of those organizations which have recently joined All Digital in 2021 and 2022. In 2021, our network grew by 13 new members, and in 2022 we already have 11 new member organizations in All Digital, and this number is happily saying growing. And as I said at the beginning, we have 80 member organizations right now. And what kind of organizations we have? 76% are non-profit organizations, but we also have 10% of different government agencies, government-affiliated organizations. We have also for-profit companies, typically providing training programs. And we also have universities in our network, but some other types of organizations as well. What kind of services our members provide? Of course, it's training on digital skills, which is the most relevant. Almost all of them do this. Access to online education and training courses, developing own learning products and courses, and ICT-related consultation guidance, and also certification of digital competencies are frequent services which our members provide. If we talk about providing digital training and education, what kind of skills or what kind of trainings we are doing. Basic digital skills is probably the most typical or the most often provided, but our members also do online safety, cybersecurity, different e-services, employability, and of course reskilling and upskilling professionals. If we ask our members if they have any policy influence at local or national, regional level, some say that they have very strong influence. Quite many say they have strong influence, and only a very few says that they are not interested or not able to influence at all. I think since the some influence is the highest, I think there is really a way to improve and build the capacity of our member organizations to be more influential at political level or policy level. We have heard about digital skills certification, right, in the previous session. And if we ask our members if they do provide or offer a certification, most of them says yes. And most of them says that they provide their own certification scheme. Training of trainers, almost 70% of our member organizations is paying attention on or developing their trainers, facilitators, or volunteers, or center managers, their professional capacity to be able to provide training programs. And and also we asked if the lockdown had any impact on their activities. I'm even believing that this number should be higher. I think most of, if not all, members have been affected about the results or the effects of the pandemic. Most members are engaged in European projects in collaboration with other member organizations. So most of our members are collaborating with other all digital member organizations on different European projects and activities. And this is the highlights of what our organizations believe the most important services they are receiving from all digital, and it's basically networking. But then the second place, there is the funding alert, so receiving regular information on European funds, on projects that they can collaborate with other member organizations. Well, thank you very much, and that was my brief presentation, and I'm coming down to our panelists. And I hope it works. I'm coming to you in a way. Oops, glass of water. So I would like to ask a few questions, and I will give the opportunity to each of you to briefly answer those questions. And if you want to skip, of course, you can. But please be concise because we have quite many questions and quite many panelists. So I would like to ask first, what is the main focus of your work and whether it has changed over the time? As we know, digital transformation is happening and it's a rapid process, so probably your organizations have to follow up with your mission, strategy, and goals to respond to the current challenges. Gabin, can we ask with you? Would you take a mic, please? Yeah, behind you and behind you.
Right, okay. Thank you for the question, Peter. I have no idea how to answer this shortly. So can I take a longish answer?
For this question, yes.
This is okay, 2 minutes instead of 1. Yeah, so I don't know how many of you know that in Romania is really on the bottom of the list in terms of digital competences of its citizens. I mean, we are ranked 27 out of 27 countries. So as you can guess, the simple answer is, yeah, basic digital inclusion, because there's lots of people out there who need this kind of just getting on board of the information society and being able to participate in today's society and economy. But in reality, actually, things are obviously a bit more complex than that, because besides all the work we do in basic digital inclusion, we work a lot with the education sector and with the teachers. Then for a long time, we actually didn't work with the university sector. Over the past 4 or 5 years, that's kind of started coming in, and you sort of now have a continuum of basic education from sort of primary school, then gymnasium, then high school. Now we work with universities, and obviously with the wider community, with the people who maybe need most our help from the point of digital skills, because some, as I said, some of them are just not there yet, and there's an awful lot of work that needs to go into there. So yeah, I think we're all over the place, really, but mostly focusing still on basic digital competencies, because government services are being more and more digitalized and people are just not using them. So there's still a lot of work that needs to go into that in that area. Thank you.
Gerhard?
The same question.
Yeah, let's give this
Same
order.
question, but not the same answer.
Can you remember the question? So what is your main focus area, and your mission strategy has changed over the years?
First, thank you for inviting to the panel. It's really nice to sit here with well-known friends and newcomers from All Digital. Thank you. And yeah, for us, it's a long story, but I will try to make it short because IRAD's Lab is a think tank and it is founded in 2017, so it's not so long ago. But IRAD, as an organization from the non-profit area, is working since, I think, 2003 or so. Started with
seems roundabout copyright discussions in Germany and in Europe. And yes, we started with the AREDS lab in 2017. Our founder and director, Philip Otto, started, I think, with 5 people staff. When I came in 2020 to help building up a strategy for the think tank and so on, there were around about 20 people working, employees, and now we are 55. So in 2 years, doubled. So this, I think, can be a consequence by strategy, or what I said, it could also be by a strategy that's called Think Big. But I think for us, the main goal is Think Different. So we are working in the field of digitalization in Germany and all over the world. We have stuff also in Norway, for example, not the EU, but yes, we try to give us as main goal to work first as a think tank, and then we try to do it what we thought about. So we try to move from thinking to doing, and so all our projects, yes, I think supposed to get a practical part in it, and especially in the phase of implementation, and I can tell you a bit later what it means. So for the first.
Thank you, Gerd. Let's give the floor to Mara. On the mic.
Okay, I hope it works. So basically, if we look at Ict, we started our history in 1998 when 7 ICT professionals, mostly from universities, and I was one among them, created the association as individual member association. And then our primary purpose was to deliver digital skills for teachers and for students also at high school, with ECDL certificate, with some, training programs. But soon we discovered that we need to go into wider digital skills for inclusion purposes for everyone, then also for employed people, for different needs of employment. And from 2000, we started companies joining. So we become from individual members association to organization members association. Currently, we have 180 members employing 30,000 people and contributing to 6% of GDP. And our role has changed because we understood it's not enough that you do good work on developing and supporting digital skills on your own. First of all, you need to ensure that government supports these activities. Yeah? So we went very massively into policy work and into advocacy. And I had some discussion with some NGOs and I said, we are NGOs, we are not in policy. I said, as soon as you are NGOs, if you protect the interest of some of the groups, whatever it's women or migrants or disabled, you are already in policy. Yeah? And currently we are also coordinator of the National Digital Skills Coalition in Latvia. So we are addressing all the fields, digital skills, digital transformation, also digital public services, and we work not just on our own, but we coordinate other partners.
Thank you, Mara. Nikolai.
Yep.
You represent the Baltic
Internet Policy Initiative.
Please tell us what you do.
Yeah, I will firstly say a few words about the region where we work in. So technically we registered in Estonia and our close interest it's in Belarus. When we joined All Digital Network, it was actually a different world in a sense that's what is now happening in Belarus. We were quite enthusiastic. We initiated creation of the Digital Skills Coalition in Belarus. So technically we created the Digital Skills Coalition in Belarus and wanted to work as regular our peers and colleagues here. But unfortunately we had 3 crises in a row. First it was COVID crisis, then we had a political crisis in Belarus when the dictator decided to show that he is still dictator, so we had a high level of repressions. And now we have a war in Ukraine as well, we kind of attached to the crisis. From the perspective of the positive results of the crises, or just results of the crises, I can say that those who managed to survive, who worked in Belarus and didn't prison yet, they actually gained a new skills of digital security and countering disinformation or funding the ways how to get the independent information. Also, we have the civil society and the society of Belarusians. It's more than a few 100,000 fleet the Belarus. So we have the Belarusians and civil society organizations equally distributed in the region. So we have communities in Tbilisi, or in Georgia, in Lithuania, in Estonia, in Poland, everywhere. I mean, we even have a hub in Spain, which was organized by Belarus civil society organizations. And then it means that it makes our work of our coalition, it's more interesting because you're not only looking at what the needs of the citizens inside of the Belarus, but you're also looking for the needs of the citizens who are living in different locations. So actually we even managed to do some researches and surveys regarding the regional needs of the Belarusians. Currently, our focus of work, it's more on digital transformation. Of course, the final beneficiaries, it's citizens of Belarus that will be able more digital skilled. But at the same time, we're looking for work on this level of the transformation of the other non-profit organizations, that they will be able to more efficiently work with the Belarusians and bring Belarus democratic again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefano, what is your experience?
So maybe I'm one of the newest members of All Digitals, and I'm very happy for the welcome that I had, very warm, and I'm very curious to talk with anyone. And I'm also, I have to say that I'm been very impressed by the presentations today. I didn't know that the Czech Republic was so advanced. They have all covered from basic skills, advanced skills, forecast. So thank you very much for this very interesting contribution, which is very inspiring. So Learning Digital, I represent today Learning Digital. Our claim is learning comes first. And this means that, of course, there are many dimensions, but at least two. One technical dimension, that is one aspect, of course, but the most importantly, the pedagogical dimension, how you develop and make a sound pedagogical approach. I'm a pedagogue myself. My father is an engineer, and my brother is a lawyer. So when I told them I wanted to do pedagogy, they said, but pedagogues do eat, and as you see, I eat a lot, maybe too much. I should also say that my background is from technical and vocational education. So I'm also serving as Vice President of European Association of Vet Providers. In that framework, one of the main challenges is to raise the appreciation of this type of education, because it's vocational education and training is always seen as a, let's say, second choice option. So you have the term higher education, which implies that some other education are lower. So in that respect, of course, there is a big work to be done in order to promote proudness of this learning path. And indeed, the work that we are doing is to try to monitor and integrate innovative technologies into technical vocational education.
Thank you, Stefano. And Veronique, what are you focusing on, and how has your mission changed, if
Okay, Max is started in '99 in two of the poorest neighborhoods in Brussels, Kuregem and Molenbeek, and half of the population don't have basic digital skills. So when we started in '99 as an organization struggling against poverty, we went away, asked to the people what do they want. And they told us we need computers. So we opened a room with computers, and people came. Then we saw that computers alone, it doesn't work. So we started with digital inclusion courses. At the same time, we saw children coming, playing games all the time on the computers, and we said, oh, That's not the purpose we wanted to do. So we started a program, playing games is fun, but making games is more fun. And we started to do the coding. Then we saw with our digital inclusion courses that people with very low skills have very big difficulties to learn Windows, Word, and so on. So we started with projects where digital production is the most important. So, for example, when making a digital story about your life, you learn all the same things that you learn when you have to learn the basic of Windows. You learn to make some files, you learn to record a voice, you learn to put everything together and to edit your film. And what is most important is that while you're telling your digital story, you forget that you had a fear of the computer. So finally, making this digital story makes you more open for the computer. And now we saw that with all these things, digital well-being is a very important thing. So because if you give people the tools to work with, and then there is abuse, so you have to work with them about dangers in 2 words or in more than 2 words, what we are doing.
Thank you. My next question is referring back to the origin of all digital when we were established as Telecenter Europe. When we defined telecenters as community places, community-embedded centers where people can access the computers, the internet, the technologies, and can receive training and education to learn about the use of technologies. And that's how we started a network of telecenters, telecentros, telecottages, rural internet access points, and many other names existed. But we had an idea that this community centers, or not even community centers, places where people can walk in and gain digital skills are important. And I'm wondering if you see if the role of telecenters, as we call them now, digital competence centers, have changed over the time, and what is now, what is the role they play now, or what is the role they would play in the future? Veronica, can we start with your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think for me, I already said it, that digital production is a very important thing. When you learn to work with computer, first of all, the computer, you think that the computer will rule you. And it's only when you start to make digital production that you understand that you rule the computer. And I think this is a very important thing that people should know. Because when you understand that you are boss of the computer, then it's the way, opens the way for lifelong learning. And that's, I think, the difference or the evolution we made, that we are not giving now courses to people, we co-create, and we are working in a participative way with people about digital production. And even people who never touched a computer are able to work on digital products.
Stefano, and do you have an idea on the role of digital competence centers and what role they play today or might play in the future?
Well, my reflection would go on trying to understand the change in the business model of education providers. We don't talk much about this. I believe that new technologies have a strong impact in this respect. We made the research based on artificial intelligence radar for a site about how training providers are changing. And there were 2 axes analyzed. One is degree-based toward on-demand provisions of training, and the other one is public funding toward on the market. we believe from the technical vocational education perspective is that the business as usual is, of course, focused on degree-based, which has, of course, is a static provisions because it takes a lot of time to change the approach. While the opposite side where we're going is that maybe the new Google is an edtech company. So organizations that provide training and also digital skills to a very wide audience. So we believe that also the relevance of the local territory, of course, is very important, but we need to consider how this is changing and how organizations can reach out wider audience through digital technologies.
Thank you very much. Nikolai?
Yeah, I would like to add to my colleague that one of the important things to look on its digital identity. In most cases, people don't realize that your online identity have impact on your real identity or physical identity. And we can see that nowadays, you actually responsible for whatever you post online. You might, if you have not enough skills to protect your accounts, you might be hacked and you can lose money. You can be bullied online, and in this regards, it's important, like kind of start from the kindergarten, to say that to our kids and new generation and old generation that actually your action have certain consequences. Thank you.
Mara, how do you see the changing role of digital competence centers?
Yes, first of all, I like to say that in Latvia, we never really established new units as digital competence centers. Because when the digitalization came 30 years ago, we understood we need to go to the places which already exist and which are some cultural centers for people, which were libraries, schools, and also some small municipalities' houses. So the internet and also the skilled people were established there. And if we look at the 30 years history, we can see the trend, how the focus of these centers changed. First, it was really access to internet. Then it was access to internet and skills. Then it was skills and access to internet, and now it's more skills and advice. Yeah? And I believe that that role of these small centers in small rural locations, but also in cities, will remain for citizens. And then also, if you look at SMEs, their needs for support to these centers, because before they came like to print something, you know, to use scanning possibilities. Now we have also Ict is a partner for the European Digital Innovation Hub, where the companies come to learn, you know, high advanced skills. Yeah, but I think the future for the centers is, but it may be changed from the access to technology demonstration and to the skills.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Gerd, what is your experience?
Yes, I think on the one hand, we are on a good way because the places where you can make experiences like Veronica told us, or every other kind of experience in digital tools, digital work, digital creativity and so on, increased in the last 20 years, for example. So if you look back, how was it in the library in the end of the last century, and how is it now? You can see what I mean. There are always places where you can make activities, become active and make experience by yourself, and this is good. On the other hand, I think, for example, the schools in Germany, they are not at that stage that they needed to be. We have seen it during the shutdowns of the COVID pandemic. And so we have the problem on one side, we have a lot of people who want to make experience, and we have the problem that a lot of professionals, teachers and so on are not enough enabled to work with the children in a way like Max do, for example. So practical and change their role as a teacher and so on. And this is one of the most, what can I say, the biggest problem we have to solve in the next years. And so For example, we started with the RS Lab Academy as a department for learning and teaching, but not only for people from schools, for younger people, so also for example for the administrative staff on ministries or from from the administrative layer. So because we think it's necessary to teach them to make the right decisions for the future. Okay.
Thank you. Gabi, I think you have quite many years of experience working with digital competence centers. How do you see them?
Yeah, but I'm going to be very short with this answer. Of course, I believe that the digital competence centers or telecenters or whatever they call digital centers, they're really, really important, especially if you still have a high proportion of population that really needs this kind of help, that they actually need a physical place where there's people that helps them with technology. But I have to say, I totally agree with Mara, and I actually salute what they did in Latvia when they actually went to places, already existing places. I mean, I want to highlight that we have here in the room one of our strategic partners, the National Association of Libraries from Romania, and we've been working with them for like 12 years, and it's been successful because there's 2,200 libraries that have been digitized, and they got the infrastructure and the training and everything, and that was a private initiative. It was actually a Gates Foundation initiative that actually made the investment when the Romanian government was making the investment into setting up public internet access points. They set up 1,000 new ones. When the funding finished from the World Bank, most of those public internet access points just went into thin air. And I think we really have to be careful on how we actually think, and we should be a bit more strategic about how we actually set up our infrastructure in order to help citizens actually gain access to the skills. Thank you.
And keep the mic, please. I have another question, and it's about the pandemic, and of course we have talked about it a lot in other sessions and environments, and we know that the world has changed or did change a lot at the beginning of 2020, and we have witnessed an accelerated digital transformation, and I'm sure it has affected your work as well. I'm a bit interested how it affected your work, but I'm more interested in what has changed after the pandemic? What you do differently than before?
Do you mean in our own work internally or in our programming?
I guess in your own work. So I mean,
in our own work. Yeah. Well, actually, to be honest, you know, when the pandemic started happening, you know, we actually felt like firemen, you know, like because it was. I mean, there was so much need for support out there from schools, from centers, from universities. Everybody needed to get online. Everybody needed solutions, and of course, they approach partners who have some idea about how you actually do that, because internally, to be honest, we didn't have a big problem. You know, we were always sort of in the business of technology, and when you're in that business, you use technology every day, and it's pretty easy to kind of have that mindset to sort of work. I mean, we've been doing home office for a long time, you know. So for us internally, it wasn't so bad, but it was probably our busiest time, and we just couldn't do enough to have everyone actually, you know, get online, and the schools, you know, put their children through and stuff like that. So for us, business sort of grew exponentially because there was just so much work to do. And eventually we set up a support network where people were more advanced in dealing with, you know, these situations in the pandemic to help other partners, because we just weren't capable to offer sufficient support. But yeah, it did change. It did change, you know, quite a bit, you know, the way you work. Unfortunately, if I can just take this minute, unfortunately, I can see that now that the pandemic has slowed down and not many people talk about it anymore, things seems to be shifting really fast back into where we were before the pandemic. And I don't really like that very much. I mean, I wished, you know, it had a bit of a more hybrid approach, and we'd sort of kept, you know, the good lessons learned during the pandemic and try to leverage those kind of know-how and resources and, you know, advantages of being connected and online, combined with obviously face-to-face. I'm face-to-face here because I really missed you all, and I really like being here. But, you know, I just think we need to sort of think a little bit differently rather than just forgetting everything that's happened. Thank you.
Good.
Yes, I try to continue. I just thought back, it was March 2020 when I started at Ict Lab. On April, we had the first shutdown. So what I think to be true, I think the pandemic was a boom for our company. So what I told you, from 25 to 55 staff employees, maybe it's also regarding the pandemic situation, because there was a lot of needs to help all the organizations, the schools and so on, to manage the pandemic situation, the shutdowns, with remote technologies. So, for example, we have an innovation unit in the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Women, Seniors and Youth in Germany. And when we were working with this unit, there came the question, can we help all this, how is it called, the multi-generation houses in Germany. So we have around about 500 organizations for young and old people to get together, but these organizations, they lost the contact to their target groups. And we started to help them to find out how they can work with their target groups remote. For example, for seniors, they had an open Zoom space where they had dancing courses, or where they had exchange about receipts of cakes or whatever, and they needed to learn how to manage these Zoom spaces in all kind of questions you have, for security, also for like online moderation, or whatever is needed for this work with the people. So that was one of the first experiences I had when I started at the Ict Lab with the pandemic, and it was really, yeah, the schools were not able to work, particularly with their children, because there was no infrastructure. The teachers were not able to use the platforms and so on. So that is the reason that the pandemic is a kind of catalyst for digitalization in Germany, from my experience.
Thank you. Mara, what was your experience?
Well, my experience was just when the pandemic started, working at Ict 24/7. And I just make some examples. So the extraordinary situation in Latvia was announced, I think, 13th of March or something. Then the next week was school holidays, and then our government made a very brave decision for that time. We will not close schools, but from the next week, which is 23rd of March, every school will go online from the 1st grade to the 12th grade. Yeah? So imagine what happened in this 1 week. The teachers asked for help. How to do, because they need to rearrange all the learning process online. Yeah? They need the platforms, they need the software, they need the tools. Yeah? Also the families, yeah, because the kids were at home. So the parents also need help. How can you connect your 7 years or 10 years old to the, let's say, to the internet? How can you follow this? We call it e-class, yeah, that you can join the lessons, that you can do the presentation. So I think at Ict staff, at our researchers, at our Ict members, which are ICT companies, we created a whole week of online seminars helping. We ask also our members to donate, you know, these like Office 365 or internet connections, yeah, to the schools that they can manage. This was one sector. Another sector, of course, was companies. And here was a very good trend, because in Latvia for about 8 years we have mobile e-signature or e-signature, which should be used. But Latvian population was quite reserved. Also myself, I used my bank identification. Why do I need this signature? But when it's suddenly stop all the physical contact, it's the only way. And actually the company providing this e-signature, they were very, how to say, advanced. You just apply for the signature, they came to your house, they bring the agreement, you sign the agreement, you go to your computer or to your mobile and you have the signature, yeah? And that trend has kept after COVID. Now everyone is using, I can sign my agreements with whoever I need, the companies use it, and people use it. So I don't say we are going back to pre-COVID. Also, people are now used to work remote. Maybe you go to office just 1 or 2 days a week if needed, yeah? So there is a positive trend, but the COVID start was really a workload, like Gabi said.
How was it in your case, Nikolai?
Yeah, in my personal case, from one hand, in Belarus, we didn't have a pandemic officially. But I'm personally assist one school to transform everything to digital, so to online, because it was possible to have a decision of the school to go to the online form. And I can say that the main challenges was not only set up the Zoom or Google Meet, but at the same time to adjust teachers how to perform online lessons interesting for kids, especially on different grades. I mean, you can't talk for 45 minutes if it's, I don't know, first or second grade, because you need to do something interactive. At the same time, it's appeared one of the direction of work. We organized numbers of workshops sharing the teachers' experience, how they use different online tools to engagement, how to do interactive tasks like online desk and etc. So we can say that the go online, it was not a challenge, but adjust how to perform online education, that was the challenge. And I can say, I mean, my personal experience, you have an excellent expert who can't do anything online because it's a talking head for 2 hours. And it's something like you just, okay, 2 hours, no, next slide. At the same time, we can say that one of the driving force for the digital transformation was non-profit organizations, because they already used online different tools, I don't know, Google different solutions, Microsoft solutions. So in this regard, the role of the civil society was crucial, and at the same time, the government was not supportive. They tried to do everything that the pandemic will make a major hit to the Belarusians as a nation.
Thank you, Nikolai. Stefano?
Yes, yeah. I liked the expression about the fireman or a firewoman. Yes, that was the feeling. And my hair became gray much faster because of this big pressure delivering solutions. I don't agree. From my perspective, we're not coming back. There is a long-term impact, and we are living in an interesting moment of big experimentation on many fronts. Let me quote a few of them. One is, for instance, in technical education, integrating experiential learning in digital environments. So all the VR, AR, XR solutions. And of course, this is very useful and effective because you have a number of benefits. For instance, you can learn how to chop a chicken or to weld or to move in the building sector heavy machinery. And you don't harm yourself, you don't waste raw materials. But at some point, you need to go to the workshop and to learn the actual competencies or transpose into real environment. So the experimentation about to which extent you can integrate this technology is interesting. Is it 30%? Is it 40%? Is it before or after? So this is another interesting aspect that we see is the readiness to adopt new technologies. For instance, artificial intelligence in education. Not only in learning analytics, but also in, for instance, data-driven management, how to get all the data in order to orientate your organization. Or, for instance, to detect new skills, artificial intelligence for labor market intelligence, for instance. So then maybe the last example that we see, which is appealing and very impactful, is blockchain on micro-credentials. And these micro-credentials, indeed, we believe has a strong potential because first of all, we observe that the relevance, the perception of the relevance of big certificates is decreasing toward small byte learning outcomes acquisition. And this has a strong potential of rethinking the approach of educational providers, not anymore offering a training, one training for 5 years and I don't see you anymore. Actually changing the offer in order to be able to provide multiple courses. And this indeed the granularization that new technologies can offer in the provision of training, I believe has a strong impact in the future.
Thank you. Veronique, how was it in your case?
Yeah, when we start lockdown, we phoned immediately to Brussels Capital Region to ask them if we could stay open as an essential service. And they give us the opportunity to stay open. So we started to give individual courses because we were not allowed to do classical courses. People came to have these individual courses to learn to start up the computer. And then when they learn how to start up the computer and to learn to work online, we give them the computer and we kept only one classroom and all the other computers went to the families, and we refurbished mostly 300 or 400 computers to give to the people. What was changing now after the pandemic that we have seen that if we give people computer homes, the learning is better than when they come only to our organization to learn computers. So now everyone who follows a course in ours can learn for free these materials.
I know that your organizations are also involved in EU-funded projects or other sources where projects are funded, but you have been running many of projects targeting at digital competence development or other areas of this field. Since this is an innovation session, I would like to ask you to bring one example of an innovative project or activity that you are proud of, that you think that might be your favorite one. So just mention a project and briefly describe what it is and why you consider it innovative.
Okay, I can choose between two, but I will be very short. The first is a pilot that we do now, where we learn people who can read and write at the same time to use the computer and learn to read and write. You see, it's completely different if you read and write, learn to read and write with a pencil, or if you do it with Apple Pencil and an iPad. It's completely different for your self-esteem, self-confidence. You can do it in the tramway, you can do it in the train, nobody will look at you, and if you do it with a pencil, people will start and see, oh, the guy cannot read and write. So it's a completely different thing. We are developing this project. And then the other one, it's a project that we have since 2016. It's called Capital Digital. It's a project where we learn youngsters between 15 and 18 to become coding animators. And they receive a training to become coding animators, and then they can earn money as a student job to give courses to children from 8 to 12. And we see the youngsters and the children growing up when they are doing this.
Thank you. Stefano, what is your innovation?
I guess I will use two examples as well. I'm allowed. So one is this work that we are doing on using blockchain to issue micro-credentials. I just mentioned earlier on about the impact and I believe strong transformation that this approach can bring to educational providers, and we have a session, short session tomorrow about this, so I will not go into details, I will not disclose any more details. The other one is a project that we implemented with JRC on Selfie, self-assessment tool for education providers to check readiness about using new technologies for teaching. And in that context, we cooperated with JRC to adapt Selfie to work-based learning. So you had Selfie for general education, then Selfie for vet, and then we made a study in 3 countries, 4. Actually, I made an offer. They were looking for 3 countries. I said, okay, if you give the contract to us, we will do 4 countries instead of 3, which were France, Germany, Hungary, and Poland. And it's been very effective because one of the things that I think is very positive about Selfie is that you involve all the actors, the learners, the teachers, and in that case, the companies and the board of the schools. So all actors have to reflect in a structured way about what is happening and what are the expectations and make a plan to improve. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the lightning talk. Klein, what is your project?
Yeah, regarding our innovation, we can say that we based our activities on data. So we do surveys, and then based on the surveys, we do some focus of our work on different competence and digital skills. Also, we kind of innovators in the sense that we're trying to promote a Digicom for Citizens framework in Belarus. It's outside of the EU, so no one's do it besides us. And also we have this, because we have equally spread civil society organizations, Belarusians or regional one wide. We do have this project approach when you have digital skills ambassadors within the local hubs in different countries, but for Belarusians. Yeah, super cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Mara?
Yeah, I think for the last 5 years, my favorite is the initiative called Smart Latvia, which was designed for SMEs to access their digital readiness, but also involve into digital upskilling and then digital training. Why I'm so happy about this? First of all, I like the word smart. It's not that digitally skilled or digitally transformed, but smart, that you are using technologies and the skills to innovate your business, to get more clients, get more profit, etc. And we started this initiative by designing digital maturity test for companies. Many of you are familiar with My Digi Skills, which are tests for individuals, but that we created for companies. And first we created with the help of our members. Also Microsoft Latvia, some other 10 members who donated money to develop the test and to improve the test and to promote it. But then it was recognized so good that it was taken up by different sectoral associations, starting from food industry to machine building and forestry. Then our ministries realized that it is good. So for example, if you enter into EU funding support for SMEs, you first need to pass this test, and the test is like your first portfolio for the ministry to see your digitalization level. And then we also get support from Interreg, and it's now replicated for Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, Poland. And now, just coming here, I heard that we get a new Interreg project approved about similar approach for green economy. So now we will develop another approach, another tool, which will measure the, green maturity level of the company. So that's really my favorite, and it's also something that I see as a future for development.
Thank you. Gerhard?
Okay, yes. It was a hard question for me because first I thought every project we do has innovative parts in it, and then I thought back to the period of shutdowns in Germany, and we first thought we have to do something for the people to keep them in a good mood, and we developed a Corona Mart. It's called. It's a tool on the web you can use if you have questions. What shall I do if my children are too loud, or I don't know what to do? It's boring, or whatever. So in different fields, and they can swipe from left to the right or from the right to the left, and they get answers and offers of help, but also entertainment in a way. So that was the first action we had in this phases of the Corona pandemic. But to come back to the serious projects, we just started a project in the field of consumer education to help refugees coming from Ukraine or also from other countries to Berlin, and it's funded by the city of Berlin, to help them to give them orientation by learning offers and information workshops and so on. So, and I think it's a kind of innovation to work with the people from these countries to know as much as possible about their needs, and then to develop the solutions together with them. So the project just started, but it's on a good way, and it's the best, I think, if you can see, to help people directly, and this is my favorite, so in this. Okay.
Thank you. Gabi?
Right. So I think for me, I had time to think, you see, while they were. So
Not for the next question.
It's last? Okay. So I think for me, the answer is Minecraft, of all projects. I mean, we ran a huge project nationwide with the Ministry of Education and with Microsoft in Romania, actually, with the education team, where we basically introduced Minecraft Education Edition. That's the educational version of the commercial game Minecraft, and as you probably know from your kids, if you have kids, they all love Minecraft, and actually doing that in school was something like quite unbelievable. It was the most phenomenal project I've ever actually seen in action. You should have seen teachers like learning to, you know, to build stuff in Minecraft and starting to teach physics, chemistry. There's an awful lot of learning that's happening there, and if you get the kids engaged big time, it's just, you know, the big word for success. So for me, that was the most engaging. It's still going on after 5 years, and it's still sort of building the database of lessons for Minecraft Education Edition. So if anyone's interested in more details about this project, I'd really like to share some of the stuff we've done, because I think it's really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabi. I think we have time for a last question. I would like to come back to your membership in All Digital. And what do you feel, what do you think, what are the values All Digital is bringing to you? Why is it interesting for your organization to be a member of All Digital? It might convince some persons, people in the among participants who are not yet member of All Digital as a network. So please tell us why you joined and why you think you should still be with us in our network as a member. Gabi, would you like to start?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So obviously, as you said, we were probably one of the first founding members. I mean, I think we were...
Exactly.
Okay, so we've been there forever. And yeah, we're still here and pretty active in the network. So I think the reason, if I go back to sort of 2007, when we started kind of thinking of creating a community around these organizations that had the same kind of interest, we realized that together we can actually, I mean, I know this is a cliche or something, let's do more with less and together we can do more or something, because it's overused now. But that is true, actually. I think it's true, because you're trying to tackle some situations in your country and you feel quite lonely, and actually being part of a community with people and organizations trying to do exactly the same. There's an awful lot of sharing and mutual support. So I think that takes the loneliness and away from your work. Secondly, I think if there's more people in a group or in a network, they can scan a lot more in the policy area, in the funding area, and everywhere, because there's simply just more eyes and more ears and more mouths around, and that is really, really helpful for us to keep on top of things. I mean, we as an organization in Romania, we just couldn't scan all the policy stuff that's happening up in Brussels, or all the parliament is doing, or the council, or various other international organizations. And for us, this is just like a gold mine, for the network to actually absorb what's going on and actually sharing it continually in the network. So yeah, for us, it's been just great, and we hope to continue to stay on board. And yeah, I would encourage new organizations to come and join, like the Libraries Association from Romania. I think they're that close to joining, so big encouragement to you.
Yeah, we did discuss that already.
Yeah, and project-wise, I think that's the other big benefit, because we now know each other and we're starting to know the new member organizations, and they bring always fresh blood, you know, into the organization. I think that's quite important, because otherwise the danger is you become too self-sufficient in the setup you've created. So it's great to see that the organizations has grown. And when we started in 2007 with, I don't know, just a few organizations, I wouldn't have thought that we get to 70 plus member organizations. I think that's great, and it means that we're doing something right here if this is still growing and we're still keeping together. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Gabi. Gerhard, you have registered several organizations already to our digital membership. I think 3 of them, and you said that you are thinking about the 4th one. Why? Why?
Yes, in short words, first I thought, why does all digital fits to the IRADS lab? I think it is because our strategic basic is that we say digitalization touches every part of our lives every time. So we need to find out what are the positive effects and where can we foster these effects. And this is the same what our digital wants to do, to help people to live in a digital world. And so this is the first reason that we came as a member to All Digital with IRADS Lab. And the other reasons, very short, a fantastic network. All these nice people around us here. You can see it here. I just told to Martina from Spain today, and I said, this is one of these events or congresses with the best possibility to learn other people to know. And you can walk here around, and it only takes a minute and you will talk to someone about everything. So that's great. And the third reason is, I think, the good service offered by the team, by you, Peter, and your team. So this is, I think, the moment to say thank you to you, and we use it and we love it. For example, the funding and tenders alert every month or 3 months, I don't know, but
2 months.
2 months, okay. Okay.
Or often.
Just for instance, but that were the main reasons for us to be a member, and we love it to be here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. Mara, what does All Digital mean to you?
Yeah, it's very difficult to be next because so many already said, but I would say one thing for us, it's inspiration, because we are member of several European and national networks. Many of the networks share high competence, as it's here. But here you see also people with real passion and motivation, which you are doing. And this is added value for us, yeah? And you remember when I was chair of the board, I addressed all digital family. And I really feel that we are like a family, the members who are here from the beginning and also the new members. This is one reason, and another reason, yes, compliments to the team. You have really done a great job the last, well, 3-5 years, but especially the last years. And I think it's very good that our membership is diverse. Yeah. So it means that we as a members, for example, we are ICT Association, we can give something to you that you learn from us and take to the organization. We can take something from All Digital, like the policy events, really being close to Europe, which is more difficult for the national associations. We can learn something from other members which are very deep in inclusion or which are very deep in youth. So really this sharing of the knowledge, but also the passion. That's important for us.
Thank you, Mara.
Thank you, thank you.
So what can All Digital give to you?
Yeah, don't ask what All Digital can give to you. Ask what you can get, what you can give to the All Digital. I can say that for me personally, it's like-minded people. So when you meet a person during the coffee break, you know that you have something in common, and it's digital in different forms. Also, one of the important things, it's we all do some local work for sure. And it's when you have a regional or international cooperation, it's adding the added value to your work and different perspective on the solution. So it's not about to do everything on your own, but it's more to do something for, I mean, general benefit. So we all benefit from the cooperation rather than we locally gain some success. And also the great part is intercultural learning, because situations with digital skills in Belarus, it might be completely different than in Prague or in Spain. And then we can see that it might be different approaches or same approaches, and it's make this cooperation unique and network unique. So you gain a lot. And of course, don't forget to contribute to the network with events, publications, campaigning.
Thank you very much. Stefano, you have recently joined All Digital. How do you see the network? What benefits have you received already?
I may say that I am a happy new member of All Digital. I feel very good. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm very happy. I heard about this new initiative of All Digital Academy, and it sounds very good. My expectation there is that we are not only talking about new nice ideas, but actually providing an opportunity of a hands-on approach to see the solution you have developed, how it works, lessons learned from the hands-on perspective. And maybe I may say that ultimate goal, my expectation, is that through All Digital, I would like to support the digital transition in the vet sector. Thank you.
Thank you too. Veronique?
Yeah, I will not repeat everything who has said, but I know that after this workshop, I will have a talk with Gabi about Minecraft. And I go home with this idea, and that's the first thing I take with me. And then the other thing is that doing all kinds of European projects, we did amazing work. And we had a lot of fun together with all the partners. We had good trainings, we had good work, good results, and afterwards, sometime we had good prizes from European Commission for the projects we did. So thank you.
Thank you. And what? Mara, would you like to say something? Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this session. I really thank you for accepting our invitation and talk about your experiences and views and visions. Well, let's give a big applause to our members. Thank you again.
refreshed yourself a bit. And I know that it's later in the afternoon already, but for that specific reason, we chose to bring you lightning talks, meaning we're gonna give you a brief overview of some of the projects that all digital members are doing, and it's gonna be very flashy, very quick, so I guess you get energized quite a bit, and it will help lighten up the mood. And with this being said, I would like to invite on stage Gabriela Ruseva from All Digital. She's a project officer, and she's gonna talk about Action Project.
Okay, so as you know, this year is the European Year of Youth, and I was lucky enough to be coordinating a couple of projects where we are working with young people, and Action is one of those projects. So one of the aims also of the European Year of Youth is to support young people's participation in democratic life, civic participation in general. And of course, one of the main tools for this participation nowadays is digital tools. So in this project, we are trying to understand how to support young people to participate more in civic life using digital tools. Okay. No? Where should I point this to? Down? Aha. Okay, just very briefly some technical information about the project. It's implemented in 4 countries, Bulgaria, Germany, Greece, and North Macedonia. And at All Digital, we are working at EU level, although we are based in Belgium, and we are trying to spread the word about the project as we are doing right now. And the project is funded by the Erasmus Plus program. It's a 3-year project, and it's more or less in the middle. What happened? Okay. So why this project was necessary? Because we know that young people are increasingly using digital tools, but what we also know is that only less than 20% of them are using these tools for civic engagement and political participation. So they are using it for many other things. I'm not going to enlist them now, but mostly for entertainment, consuming content, but not for expressing their opinion, for trying to make a change in their community and so on. So we thought, well, we have to do something there and fill this gap. And in order to do that, of course, first we need to look at their skills, at what they can do with these technologies. Do they actually know where to look for information, where to find the right platforms, the right tools for this participation? And that's why we decided to do this project. Well, the project goals, or in simple terms, what we want to do is to develop a training program and to train those who are working with the young people, so teachers, but also trainers, youth workers, youth leaders, to then empower them to organize competence building workshops with the young people and to build their competencies in using these digital technologies for a specific purpose, participation. Well, of course, as in all the other projects, we don't want to do things without knowing what is really needed. So we did some research and we analyzed existing training programs. We didn't want to reinvent the hot water either, because there's a lot of things already. So we wanted to select the best ones, the ones that are really like a crash course on online youth participation. And we came up with these two programs. We call them modular training programs. Why? Because they contain certain modules that could be taught either separately or together. So it's really a bit of a la carte choice of topics that could be used to work with the young people. One of the programs is called Active Citizenship and Participation in the Digital Space, and the other one is called Model for Opinion Leaders Activation. And I will explain briefly what is the difference between the two of them. But first, what is the place of digital competence? Am I too long? Okay. You are looking at me like I have to stop. Okay, for the next one, I will get my timer and I will compensate, I promise. Okay, so where's the digital competence in all of this, and which kind of digital competence are we focusing on? Of course, digital competence is an integral part of civic competence. As we said, nowadays, in order to participate in civic life, you cannot do without digital competence. We heard it also during the session about the Ukrainian Crisis, that if you want to be part of a society and if you want to exist, you have to have digital competence. So here we are talking about 3 levels. Being online is the first one. It's about access and inclusion and media literacy. Well, being online is already when you have the access to be well online and to take into account etiquette and health and well-being in an online environment. And the third one is already when you are well online to exercise your rights online, so to be active. It's a little bit like this engage, learn, act strategy that we also discussed yesterday in different projects. So first you need to be engaged, then you need to learn, and then in order to be able to act. So this is a bit of a comparison between the 2 programs that I mentioned. Initially, we were supposed to only develop 1 training program, but in the end, we found out that different needs need to be met with different approaches. So the first one is formal one for secondary schools. The second one is more non-formal, and it's a community-based intervention. The first one is a 3-day program. The second one is a longer intervention across 6 months. The idea of the first one is to train the young people to use different online tools for participation, like an online participation platform. The second one is to train young leaders of the community, for example, well-respected leaders of Roma communities, of migrant communities, which would then influence their peers, their online network on a specific topic. So these are a little bit more information about the 2 programs, the different modules. Oops, sorry. Again, the differences between the 2 programs is that with the first one, we teach them how to use different online tools. With the second one, we are really focused on specific health topics. So this is more about health literacy and how to change the attitudes and behaviors related to these topics through online technology and social media. These are the different phases of the implementation of the second program. As I said, it's a longer intervention. And this is the website of the project where you can find more information. So thank you very much. And see you very soon.
Thank you for the talk. And we have another all-digital highlight, which is Emily Project. Emily Project will be presented by Chiara Borsini, who's a project manager and consultant for Egina. Yay, and there she goes.
Good afternoon. I'm here representing Egina, the European Grants International Academy, which is the organization which is coordinating this project. The Amelie project, which is an Erasmus Plus KA2 project. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. It stands for Advanced Media Literacy Education to Counter Online Hate Speech. And the main aim of the Amelie project is to provide teachers coming from school of all levels with the necessary tool in order to implement innovative methodology and approaches to counter the phenomenon of online hate speech at school, but not only at school. Okay. So how the Amélie project wants to support teachers in implementing these innovative and creative approaches in school education by providing, as I said before, tools and methodology in order to focus on the acquisition of advanced media literacy skills for them, so to be trained in order to transfer this knowledge and methodologies to their students. This is our consortium, so we can do that thanks to the support of our partners who are all digital from Belgium, the Hellenic Open University from Greece, Parole Ostili from Italy, Stiftung Digitale Chancen from Germany, EOS from Romania, and of course, Egina. When we were drafting and when then we start implementing the project, we started from by detecting, let's say, the needs of our target group. So we started having a dialogue with teachers and collecting their needs. We run with them focus groups, a peculiar methodology of focus group which is called coaching circles. And what emerged from this meeting with them is the fact that for sure what is needed from their side is the necessity to be trained on this topic, and also in order to engage in taking action with their students, and also transfer a set of knowledge and skills in order to make a conscious and aware use of the tools and the platform that they use. But at the same time, a sense of inadequacy has emerged from this meeting that we had with them. And also, what is needed from their side is the support from the school system in order to activate at schools training path which can be based on positive thinking, positive attitudes, and also empathic approach that can be transferred to the students. So we started from this needed, and what clearly emerged from this process is that countering the phenomenon of online hate speech requires education in kindness, require the acquisition of skills which are related with empathy, and school, of course, have a crucial role in this process of change. So how the Amélie project wants to meet the needs of our target group, so teachers. These are some of the keywords that really represent our project, so education, positive thinking, co-creation, peer learning, digital tools, awareness, empathetic approach, network, community. Practically speaking, what the Amélie project does is to promote exchange at European levels, promote of good practices that already exist that have proved to be effective, producing a training course for schools and for professionals in the educational field. These training materials are, of course, based on good practices that can be adapted, and we will see how in their also training path, and the creation of a platform for peer learning and crowdsourcing, where the users can find training materials which have been created by experts in the field and can discuss relevant cases and also carry out bottom-up activities with their students. These are the three intellectual outputs that the project develops. So an online course on countering online hate speech, a virtual school network against online hate speech, and we are currently in this phase of the project, so we are finalizing the second output in the sense that the virtual network is set, and now we are going to expand it. And policy recommendation, we are about to start with the third output. These are the two methodologies that I mentioned before, on which the Amélie project is based. So Parole Ostili, which is one of the partners of the project, which is a non-profit organization, but also an extensive campaign for the fight against online hate speech, which provides for free educational materials that are in the platform that I'm going to show you later on, and the Sonnet Bull platform, which is another good practice, which is the result of another Erasmus Plus project, which produced an interactive platform for peer-to-peer learning, co-creation of materials, and awareness campaign. And these are actually the elements on which also the Amélie platform is based on. How the project wants to enhance media literacy for students and teachers. So first of all, the methodology is based on the principle that teachers work together with students in order to run bottom-up activities, which in our case were activities that have been also advertised as communication campaign. And I really invite you to check the platform in order to see what are the results of this activity run in classrooms between teachers and students. And the final result is that the students learn how to analyze messages spread through online media. They learn how to critically assess the potential effect that this content can have on other people, and they are also able to create counter-narratives, positive messages to be spread on the internet. This method is based on the Manifesto of Non-Hostile Communication, which is also available on the platform, which is a charter, a set of principles, 10 principles, which guide the user on how to behave on the internet and how to promote non-hostile communication. The platform. So, the platform is the place where the course happen, where the online training materials can be found, and it is also the place for the virtual network. So this is the place where teachers from all over Europe meet and have the chance to exchange ideas, good practices, and also personal experiences. It is really easy to register to the platform. As you can see, there's the possibility for the users to also share the school, the kind of subject that they teach at school, so that they can easily find other teachers dealing with the same subjects and the same age group students, and to exchange information and ideas. These are what you can see on the left are the main training materials that are called worksheets, educational worksheets. They are divided per ages, and they are, let's say, a well-structured 1-hour lesson plan, which propose some activities to be run at school with students, based on the principle of the manifesto. So they are related to activities that can be done online in order to promote non-hostile communication. And they are really a useful kind of guidelines, because they, as you can see, they enlist a sort of, they enlist the principle of the manifesto, sources and materials that can be used by the teachers in order to deepen their knowledge on that, the description of the activity with a precise time frame, and also tips for other activities. This is another very important part of the platform, which is the one dedicated to the groups. So we have national groups where teachers can exchange communication and ideas in their national languages, but there's also a European group an international group where the teachers from all over Europe can share their experiences. Not only experiences, but also other kind of materials, such as articles, blog, case studies, that they can upload to the platform in order to become themselves training materials. And that is why the platform is based on peer learning and crowdsourcing. And yes, what you can see here is the kind of exchange that teachers, together with the facilitation of online facilitator, could have on the platform. So these are some references where you can find us. I invite you to check the website where we published latest updates and also information related to the project, and you will find also the link to go to the platform and explore it. Of course, you have to register, but you are invited to do that. And also the social media. Well, the Amelie project is really based on communication and positive communication. So for us, social media and project communication channels are crucial element of the, not only of dissemination, but really part of the project. And yeah, what we've done with the Facebook page and the Instagram page is to also create a place to showcase good practices similar to this. That is always interesting to check. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chiara. Now we're coming back to the home team, so I invite Peter Palvoldi to present us All Digital Academy project.
So I'm very pleased to talk about a very important initiative of All Digital. As we say, this is our 4th flagship initiative after the All Digital Summit, the All Digital Weeks campaign, the All Digital Awards, which is coming up this evening, the All Digital Academy. And why we establishing an academy? Because of our strategic plan for 2022-2027, where we say we need to provide quality services to our member organizations, and how to improve the capacity of our member organizations by providing them with networking and high-quality learning opportunities. And our strategic plan says we need to deliver training program and mentoring on key challenges of digital transformation to our member organizations, such as the use of emerging technologies in education, offer learning opportunities on cutting-edge topics to empower both educators and training organizations, and to facilitate the networking and knowledge sharing in the field of digital education. So then we decided it's time to establish the All Digital Academy. And we successfully received a specific Erasmus Plus funding for European NGOs that is supporting educational activities. So who we are, or what is our aim? All Digital Academy is supporting now adult educators, trainers, by offering upskilling training activities on different emerging digital technologies. And our aim is also to strengthen the capacity of digital competence centers, training centers, learning centers that facilitate the digital transformation and introduce emerging technologies in their training offer. So what is the background of it? As you know, and it has been explained this morning by several speakers, digital skills are really underpinning many strategic priorities of the European cooperation and the European approaches. It is in line with several policy initiatives, including the Europe Fit for the Digital Age, the European Skills Agenda, the Digital Education Action Plan, and Europe's Digital Decades, which all indicate that in addition to basic digital skills, we need to focus on emerging technologies and more advanced digital skills for people and population, and not only in specific jobs, but everyone needs to develop or gain knowledge about advanced technologies as well. So that's why we pointed out and introducing two main topics. One is artificial intelligence and the other is Internet of Things. And because these two recent, or not even that recent technologies are increasingly being introduced in many fields across Europe. So what we aim to do, and I'm talking about a little bit about the future, because the project has recently started, and we are working on the curriculum and training program development, and soon we will be able to start offering learning opportunities. So our aims, what we would like to achieve is upskilling adult educators, working in the field of digital inclusion through offering this online training program in high quality. Then we would also like to strengthen our member organizations and other adult education organizations, who are informing and educating adult citizens on emerging technologies. And we are also supporting a transnational cooperation and exchange through two specific communities of practice, which we are establishing now, as we are hoping they are becoming main hubs on these topics for digital education stakeholders. So what we are going to achieve is to provide an online training course, a MOOC, a massive online open course, and also open educational resources for educators and training organizations, then to provide DigComp-based resources and tools on our platform, and to establish communities of practice, of practitioners and stakeholders on the two specific topics, artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. And I'm very happy to announce that today our website is live and open, and you can find more information about this upcoming project at alldigitalacademy.eu. And even more importantly, our platform is already available at platform.alldigitalacademy.eu, where you can already find open educational resources. You can already join the communities of practice, and where the online training programs and learning opportunities will be offered. And let's not forget to mention the partnership which is behind the All Digital Academy. We joined forces with two All Digital University member organizations, two universities. One is the Hellenic Open University from Greece, and the other one is the University of Naples, Federico II from Italy, who are responsible for the content part of the Academy, artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. Just to mention, we would like to reach out 500 educators, at least in 10 European countries, who are registering in the MOOC. We provide at least 50 open educational resources, self-assessment tools, best practices on the platform. We would like to see at least 100 organizations from at least 10 European countries to take part in the webinars, the capacity building programs, and ultimately to have at least 100 European organizations who will decide to introduce emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things in their learning offer. So please stay tuned and follow. I'm sorry. There is one more message. Join us, because the community's practices are open, and if you are a trainer, a member organization representative, an educator, a practitioner, come and join us, and let's discuss on how to introduce the emerging technologies in our training offer. Thank you very much.
Congratulations for running the web page and for this wonderful presentation. The next on stage will be once again, Gabriela Ruseva, who will present you Crawl Project.
Okay. Okay, so yes, as I said, I'm very lucky to be managing 2 projects for young people, and this is the second one. And the 2 projects are in some way aiming to improve the media literacy skills of young people and their critical thinking and their productive and conscious use of digital technology and digital media. So in the case of the CROW project, CROW stands for Creative Audiovisual Apps for the Promotion of Critical Thinking and Media Literacy. And it's an innovative approach to enhancing media literacy of students and teachers, because of course we cannot enhance the skills of students without enhancing those of the teachers and supporting the teachers in doing this. And it's an innovative approach in other aspects that I will explain as well. But first of all, again, why? And in this time, yeah, it's about why we should work on media literacy skills. And this is the definition of media literacy that is widely accepted and also by the European Commission, which says that media literacy includes the technical, cognitive, social, civic, and creative capacities that allow us to have access to understand and to use and interact with media. So you can imagine that this is a very broad theme encompassing all aspects of our life, because we are actually interacting with media all the time. And it's even further confirmed when we reflect on what is media, and media is all the different means of mass communication. So basically, we are in touch with media all the time except when we sleep, and maybe even some of us during this time. Right, and why young people? Well, today young people are considered as digital natives. They were born since in the internet era, and since their birth or very young age, they are using digital technologies. But that doesn't mean that they can use them in a critical and conscious way. Moreover, they are creators in real time, so now every young person can create digital content in real time on their device. It's very simple, it's very fast, and thereby it's even more important that they are aware of how to do this in a conscious and critical way. So again, a few details, technical details about the project. It is another project funded by the Erasmus Plus program. It's implemented in these 5 countries that you see in the screen. It's another 3-year project, and it's aimed at young people from 14 to 19 years old, so in high school, and to their teachers, respectively. These are the partners of our project. Most of them are all digital members, and we are also very proud to have as a partner the Italian Institute of Sound and Audiovisual Heritage under the Ministry of Culture. And this is, let's say, one of the underlying principles of this methodology. You have to understand that this is a really creative and innovative methodology that is very open, very flexible, very fluid, and therefore very also challenging to transmit and to adopt by the teachers, because it requires a really open-minded mindset and flexibility and willingness to change the relationship between the teachers and the students. Who is behind this practice? There are 2 very charismatic persons, experts who are behind this practice, Anio Giorginostasi a film director, screenwriter and a linguist from Italy, and Mary Tortorini, a painter, essayist, and teacher. They are both artists, and hence this very, very artistic and very creative approach. But it's based on year-long research in cooperation with the University La Sapienza in Rome, and all of this work that if you talk to Anju, you can really feel how much time and energy of his life it represents, resulted in the creation of this methodology for creating creative, I'm saying creative in every second word, but it's very creative, that's why, workshops, sounds and images in motion, which is the mother or father of the creative audiovisual labs that we are doing today with this project. So what it is, here I've put really a few key terms. I mean, the people involved in the project will understand me that it's very difficult to and explain this methodology in a few words and in a few minutes. So it is about developing the identity of the students, reflecting on reality, on their relationship on reality, and how this relationship can be represented with audiovisual means. It's about no longer being just good consumers of content, which we are mostly these days, but observant citizens, being aware of our surroundings, of what the images represent, what is behind them, and so on. Being creators of a more just world, or looking for their own truth and improving their understanding of their own life and society. Actually the second most innovative part of this approach is to recreate the relationship between the student and the teacher in turning it into a more vibrant, more reciprocal and more participatory relationship, and no longer being I the teacher and you the student and having this distance between us. Okay. So these are the modules, so what actually they are going to learn, the teachers and then the students. So there's a lot about visual dramaturgy, images, set, video editing, and so on. But in all of this is always incorporated this reflection and interpretation of reality, questioning, creating and solving conflicts within ourselves and outside, and so on. So these are just a few numbers, because projects need numbers as well. Most important of these numbers are that we are going to work with 60 teachers when testing this methodology in the 5 countries. And then these teachers are going to work with around 300 students. And in the end, these students will produce around 20 films because they will work together. This is how the platform looks like, where the teachers will learn this methodology. The course for the teachers is composed of 10 video lessons. They are created by the experts that I mentioned. They are very hands-on, and they include footage from workshops that have already been done, so the teachers can already see what reaction can be expected from the students. They include abstracts from interviews with the film experts, and also abstracts from famous artworks, films. And behind this, there is also a manifesto about encouraging creativity in school, but also beyond. I'm not going to go to these principles one by one, although I think this is one of the most important things and the base of this methodology. But it's, being open, being passionate, not being afraid of making mistakes, co-creating, doing a lot of research, and being respectful to each other's ideas. Yes, the project was funded by the Erasmus+, and I mentioned this again because it's important. But more importantly, yeah, if you like the idea and if you think it could be interesting for you, please come and let's talk about it tonight or tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. And now another project, this time presented by Norman Rohne, Policy Officer at All Digital. And the project is called Intercom Synergies Project. If there's, there he is. The floor is yours.
Hello, Vislet. The Intercom Synergies Project for short, or the full title, Achieving Synergies and Champions in the Implementation of the European Entrepreneurship Competence Framework, I know, catchy, is a project that has as its focus, unlike many of the other projects, the digital sphere has the entrepreneurial skill sets and competences that European citizens should have. Many of you will be aware of the DigComp framework. This one is based on Intercomp, which works a lot like DigComp on digital competences, but focuses on the entrepreneurial competences that have been defined. It has a vision to engage, connect, grow, and sustain the Intercomp community, so everyone who is involved in entrepreneurial competences and competence trainings. And yes, that includes a lot of digital actors as well. To bring these together to take the diverse sectors and different interest areas and bring them together to support entrepreneurial learning, which, like so many other aspects, is very much interconnected with other areas, hence the need for synergies. Looking through the structure of the project, it's structured into work packages which very clearly define what the project is trying to do in relatively simple steps. First one is probably less interesting. Anyone of you who's running project knows that's an integral part to manage the project, but the interesting part of it are the following. We have the work package 2 of it, which looks at identifying and creating synergies. So we look what is out there, what are the different practices that already exist, what are organizations that are working with Intercomp and other aspects, other competence frameworks like DigComp, like GreenComp, like LiveComp and others that we can incorporate, can get involved with, and that can bring everything together to a coherent whole. We have the second one. Sorry, there's I think a slide missing. The second work package is the event series, where we are looking at putting on different events of very different nature that involves these different stakeholders and practitioners in very different ways, and those follow specific topics. So one key topic of Intercomp is Intercomp for Digital. So this is very much a combination. Where do Intercomp and DigComp connect? Where do they overlap? And where do they supplement each other? This was done this year already with 2 events that we have successfully conducted, hosted by All Digital. One was a virtual hackathon, which took place in June this year, and the virtual study visit, which took place just last Tuesday, and where we had 8 presentations of practitioners, many of them are also here today, on training courses and initiatives to further training and education that combine aspects of both the entrepreneurial and digital competence requirements. The second part and the following year is going to be dedicated to this area is Intercomp for SDGs. SDGs stands for Social Development Goals. Here our partners are going to look at again, a virtual hackathon, because we believe this methodology is very useful to get together different stakeholders, the ideas, and to think about solutions together in a very concise space. And after that, we will also have a physical study visit, which will probably take place in Belgium, or almost certainly will take place in Belgium next year, probably towards April or May. Then we have the Champion Award ceremonies throughout the run of the project, which is 2 years. There are going to be 2 of them. One will be later this year, the other one next year. And the Champions Award ceremonies ties in with a later point that I'm going to get to. What our award ceremony is about, of course, it's recognition. It's not necessarily recognition outward to other people, although that's also very welcome and a point to it, but it's also self-recognition and getting the validation of what the work one is doing is valuable, is appreciated, and also has a function to inspire others. And that's what we're trying to reward here and achieve. We want to create and facilitate online communities as a third step of the project. So from starting from beginning to look at what is out there already, going to the events as concrete examples, and then continuing going forward throughout the year and beyond is an online community for which and the project has created 7 communities of practice on the specific topics. They are all hosted on the Entercomp community, very simple to reach, entercomp.com. And the 7 communities are very specific on the topics. So we have one on entrepreneurial mindsets, we have one on women and girls in Entercomp, we have Entercomp for digital, Entercomp for green, and 2 others. Sorry, I forgot it right now. Should have made a note of that next time. And the project is also co-funded by the European Commission. It's a Erasmus Plus program, and it's an initiative by the European Union. The platform Entercomp is hosted by Thinky, which was developed by Bantani, who are the leaders of the Bantani Education, who are the leaders of the consortium delivering the project, and have developed the platform before, and now it's being expanded with the communities of practice, but also hosts a lot of other resources, learning materials, micro-learning possibilities, and courses for you to check out. Then the first part, connecting everything basically together, is creating an open democratic champion scheme. This is the process that will, going forward, year on year, award the new champions, but also give badges and certifications for people who are working in synergies between Entercomp and other frameworks to get good practices out there, get also the inspiration and forge connections between different partners in different countries, targeting different age groups, having different methodologies behind them. And there are different levels for participation, so if you are using Entercomp in your work, if you are starting out on your journey, if you are going forward, and if you are actively become a champion as the highest level towards the awards. Awarded champions and champions that have been identified in one year will become then also the jurors for the next year. Now for the first year, we have identified a jury of experts who have been invited to join this, and we're now waiting for their responses to form the jury for the inaugural edition, and are looking forward to the awards process next, later this year. After all that, as a project, we'll also have a more concrete outcome, and there's an output is a guide to action that summarizes all the learnings and findings from our efforts in this process to inform future generations in taking these concepts forward. And then, of course, we're also looking at the project side of things again from the start, but we need to do as well. Finally, once again, everything that I've presented is connected through the Entercomp community, and you can find it on entercomp.com. It's easy to find, easy to remember. Go there, log in, join the platform, and then you will be in touch, will be informed about next steps and processes, and will be able to look at your different needs and aspects and learn on very concrete and different elements to it that all have things in common, but also distinct enough to form synergies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norman. Now we have a bit of a change because now it's going to be 2 projects. And these 2 projects will be presented by Claudia Matera, who's a Chief Development Officer, getting ready right here, and a Deputy CEO of All Digital. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. the thing that I like of the highlights, so these sessions at the O Summit, when especially the team, so the O Digital team is sharing the projects and the activities we're doing, is that we try to cover the different topics and aspects that we are all working, so not just the staff, but all the O Digital members. So I'm really happy to share 2 projects. And the first one is called =EU, is an Horizon 2020 project, and is tackling a specific topic that is gender equity within ICT. Of course, there is also the same focus within STEM type of topics. The partnership has been based on more widely equals global partnership, and is coming from that kind of breadth in providing specific actions to support and move forward the agenda on the topic. The actions that, so this is a 3 years project, we are just at halfway. So, and at the summit yesterday also, those that joined the focus group supported the mapping of the gender inclusive innovation ecosystems, looking at different countries to have an understanding regarding what are the policies, what is the awareness, what are the organizations doing to tackle the problem, and so to facilitate women and girls to join ICT and STEM kind of topics. We are also organizing hackathons and innovation camps across Europe in 25 countries, where the key point is to engage young women and girls in understanding what kind of approaches, policies, services, tools might be developed to facilitate, again, women and girls in joining, and so have a more equity, I would say, kind of society. These hackathons are going to identify also winning teams and win kind of good projects, promising projects that during this autumn and winter and springtime are mentored. They are part of a specific dedicated program, looking forward next summer to join in Barcelona the summer camp, where to practically develop the project that they pitched. So it's not just talking about it, it's also doing it. And the objectives, as said, is trying to make real a more gender equality. And so in that sense, the idea of the hackathons and innovation camps is to listen from young people. So to hear from them from a bottom-up kind of an approach, rather than us in somehow thinking about it and try to implement. Just practically speaking, the work is just organized in work packages, as said, understanding what is the ecosystem in Europe, although the countries, the projects, the partners, sorry, involved in the project are also beyond Europe. We have also involved Ukraine, the University of Kharkiv, with challenges, but we are supporting them as much as we can, and also South Korea. And so all the experiences we are gaining, the proposals from young people, we're going to make the best effort to mentor them and to develop by the end of the summer camp next year. So I hope that during the next summit, I will tell you the results, basically. Then, so if you join the platform and you follow the project, you could already find the midterm results. So you can have an overview regarding what is the situation regarding the topic on a national kind of level, and also then the exchange of knowledge and transfer technology, again in the same topic. There had been a consultation kind of process, a colloquium kind of process, where capacity building workshops have involved stakeholders and experts and those that are advocating the topic to have a wider, also in that sense, understanding and practical informations on the topic. So if those kind of inputs can inform you, can support you, and of course can in a way be meaningful for the activities that you're doing, these are all the channels where we're in online, and of course you can always reach me with pleasure, and I will support you regarding Equals EU project. I'm happy to move to the next one, because now we are talking about, so we talked about women and girls, but there's also another aspect that we are tackling in another Horizon 2020 project. This is a huge project, I would say, a research-based project called Rayuela. And also in this case, we have a wide type of partnership. The core specifically of Horizon is focused on the topic of cybercrimes, and with a target audience quite particular, teenagers. We have said, has been said, that of course now teenagers especially are exposed, potentially more than before, to online environments, and we have witnessed cyberbullying, but there are also many others type of cybercrimes that are affecting young people. And this core has the aim to provide research-based information and at the same time practical tools for the postal police and all the authorities that are contributing in checking, and so they are behind cybersecurity, but at the same time are advocating, for instance, in schools when facing young people in trying to let them reflect, be aware and understand, and so strengthen their understanding, and so to prevent as much as possible the cybercrimes. Also in this case, for this project, we are at the end of the second year, and the collaboration of partners, the combination of partners is between specific expertise. So we have university partners specialized in psychology, in criminology and anthropology, with the aim of understanding why is it happening, what are the aspects of offenders, but also on young people, which are the aspects that is kind of an attraction, and how to better support the young people. And then there is also another dimension regarding the technology, in trying to understand, especially for intellectual of things kind of devices, what are the protocols, what are the aspects that are missing within those technologies that should be introduced to avoid occasions of cybersecurity. And again, because the aim is always to support police and also at a more high-level kind of policymakers. And then how to transfer that, how to discuss this, how to support and stimulate young people in understanding the topic. And that's why we have developed a serious game for this, that we are piloting really in this period. And I anticipate we will invite all digital members to pilot the video game with their own young audiences. And this is a way to gather the information and data. It is a simulation, the video game, on a story-based kind of simulation, to see what kind of response, what kind of behavior, what kind of choices the young people are doing in those specific situations. and those that tomorrow will have the time and interest to join the workshop about Rayuela, we will see this more in practice. So just to say, cybercrimes is not just cyberbullying, there's also online grooming and other type of, let's say, crimes. And the numbers, I would say, are not so promising. And unfortunately, with lockdowns and so COVID period, with everyone being more often online, unfortunately, the numbers of cases have increased. And then there is also the, let's say, issue of young people not reporting cases of cyber crimes. And just to say, we might think that is a more gender, in this case, kind of question. Actually, recent data have demonstrated that actually both genders are extremely exposed to become victims of cybercrimes. And I will leave this on the presentations that you will find on the All Digital Summit website, just concerning the time, but cybercrime is a huge kind of topic. And as said, the video game is based on stories to reflect what happened in real cases, in real situations. These are based also on research on the trials that have happened in different countries to be as close as possible to reality. And so in that case, all the organizations that are tackling this topic and wants to also be part of the piloting, of course, I invite you to be back to me and to test and support young people to prevent cybercrime. Thank you.
And now for the final highlight, I would like to once again invite Gabriela, and she's going to tell you a bit about Transval EU project.
Well, me again. As the Prime Minister said this morning, I don't like last but not least, but last but not least is the Transval EU project. And actually the main focus of the project is the transversal competence framework. You already heard about a couple of competence frameworks from Norman, the Entrecomp, but also the Life Comp and the Green Comp. And this is yet another comp, but I will explain you now why it is needed and what it is about. The Transval project aims to help validation and guidance professionals. And as the name trans suggests, it works on transversal competencies. And those are not yet mainstreamed into validation and guidance, because usually when you go to a validation and guidance professional in order to validate your skills, they are looking for your hard skills or your work-related skills in a specific sector, be it, I don't know, manufacturing, IT, or gardening. But employers are increasingly valuing your soft skills or your transversal skills, and somehow we need to help these validation and guidance professionals to help the users, the people that go to them, in order to be able to communicate and to explain those skills, and to first, of course, realize that they have them, because it's tricky. With the hard skills, it's clear you can perform a certain task according to certain criteria and standards, and then that's it, you have the skill. But how do we validate the transversal skills? So what we want to do is to experiment with innovative approaches for this validation, and then to embed these approaches into practice, to mainstream them. So this is why. So for whom or who? The direct target group, as I said, are validation and guidance professionals, such as career guides in university or public employment services or any other private or public providers of such kind of service. And of course, the indirect target group obviously is the people who are adult people who are looking to get a validation, a degree, a license or whatever it is called in a specific country to be able to perform a profession or to be able to enroll in a study program and cover the entry criteria. Who else is concerned with this? What are the other stakeholders involved? Well, obviously the other staff of these institutions or centers, public employment services, civil society organizations, social partners, education and training providers, policymakers, researchers. It's a big partnership. It includes all of these different stakeholders as partners. So we have a really diverse partnership. We have 4 ministries of education from 4 countries, many training providers, it's 16 partners, research institutions. These are the countries represented. There are 16 full partners, as I said, and it's a 30 months long project. So, as I said, there are these competence frameworks that already exist, starting from the European Reference for Languages, which is not an European Union, but a Council of Europe initiative. Then we have the key competencies of lifelong learning from 2009 and updated in 2018. We have the digital competence framework, the entrepreneurship competence framework, all of these different frameworks that this project reviewed and found out that it is needed to have another competence framework for these transversal or soft skills because there is not explicit anywhere. It steps on the work of 3 previous projects. The last one is actually ongoing, the ESCO mapping, this RegTech and RegTech Plus. I'm not going to go into detail because it's a lot of information, but just to say that there's already been some research since 2016, and this is not like starting from scratch. So what are these transversal competencies that are included in this new framework that we are proposing with this project? You can see them there. There are 12. They are covering a wide range of competencies from solving programs to managing resources, communication, managing information, managing our own career path, self-reflection, and so on. And where is the place for digital competencies? Because as you might have realized, this project is not explicitly focused on digital, but it is including digital competencies in this communicating using digital technologies. These competencies are really focused on the labor market, so they are not transversal competencies for citizenship or for living or for more general application. They are really for participating in the labor market. And there are, let's say, 2 digital dimensions of this project. As I said, one dimension is that one of the competencies is digital competence. The second dimension is that the new tools and approaches that I mentioned, they are also digital. So digital tools for validation of the competencies. And in this sense, raising the digital skills of the validation practitioners is important for them to be able to use those tools with their users. And yeah, this is just an example. We did let's say, more in-depth analysis of 48 of the innovative good practices that we discovered during the research phase, and almost half of them were supported by digital tools. And they were of different level of complexity, higher and lower. There were serious games. There were just simple online self-assessment questionnaires, so the complexity of those digital tools can vary significantly. And so in the project, we selected 4, I will show you 3 of them, digital tools that were already popular in some countries and that we would like to adapt then to train the validation and guidance professionals to use them, and then we will also follow on their usage with the final users and see how it works. So one of them is this Du kannst was platform, which is an Austrian initiative, and there is also an app related to it, which is called the Skills Lab. And it shows you your skills in different ways, including how often you are using, you have used these skills, how often you have applied it. It's just an example. I mean, there is so much more to say about it, but we don't have a time, so it's just flashing out there this kind of illustrative screenshots from these tools. The other one is My Portfolio, which is a Polish website where you can create your digital portfolio with your different skills, and it was developed by one of our research partners on the request of the Polish Ministry of Education. It is really widely used in Poland and recognized by employers. And the third one that I selected to present you today is a platform developed in a Horizon 2020 project called NADIN, which stands for Integrated System for the Social Support of Migrants. And it's a platform which tries to facilitate the integration of migrants by validating these skills, because as we mentioned this morning during the session on the Ukrainian crisis, it is very important to understand what kind of skills people have when they come and which ones of these skills can be transferable to the labor market to facilitate their economic inclusion. And that's it. You can follow the project on LinkedIn. We also have the website that you can see on the top of the slide. We are very active on LinkedIn, and I just wanted to close with this, that, well, digital skills are important, but also soft skills are as important, and transversal skills, and this kind of funny cartoon illustrates it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you to all of the speakers, because we are just 1 minute behind the schedule after so many presentations. It hasn't happened to me in a long while. Now, what we're gonna do now, it's gonna get a bit more complicated, but at the same time, a bit more fun. Next doors, there's a marketplace where regions and various NGOs and subjects present what they do, and I think it's worth visiting them. But at the same time, there's gonna be a lot more content happening here as well. Right now, we're gonna do lightning talks. Just when you thought we were slowing down, we're speeding up. So they're gonna be even shorter. And these presentations will provide you with more projects that all digital members also do, so you get more inspired. And with this being said, I will already ask Elisabetta May from Egina to talk about their project. And when Elisabetta finishes, you can find her in a workshop room along with Marta Piechocka and discuss their projects there.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Elisabetta May, and I work at the European Grants International Academy, which is an organization based in Italy. And today I'm going to talk about the Fit for DigiLine project, and the full name is Fit for Digital Linguistic Education. It's an Erasmus project that, as the name says, is about digital education. The partnership is composed of several adult centers and vet organizations that are based in Austria, Italy, Greece, Finland, and Spain. And the very aim of the project is to actually empower language teachers with new skills and to allow them to actually be able to create engaging online lessons. And when it comes to the project results, as you can see from here, we have started our journey by drafting and publishing a cross-national report where we further investigated the limitation and the doubts that the educators had facing the digital world. And then together with the partnership, we have developed an e-learning course with more than with 10 modules about like this topic. And then we are now creating an online assessment tool where teachers can actually self-assess their competencies. And in order to be able to use this tool, we are going to create also a guide. And finally, by the next spring, we are also publishing a MOOC which is an online course with practical lessons on several topics, so on digital and linguistic skills. And in this slide, I've included the results that are ready up to now. And as you can see, like you can already download the report. Then there is a collection of good examples of good practices and tools. And finally, there is the e-learning course that is now available in English and will soon be uploaded also the national versions. And like there, I've left a few leaflets. So if you're interested in knowing more about the project, you can take it, the leaflet. So, thank you. Thank you all.
And I'm gonna get sweaty by running back and forth. But I would like to invite Miomir Rajcevic. He's the president of Media Education Center, and he will present you their Media Education Center Digital. If he's coming. Yeah, he's coming. And a short clarification from Marta. Marta will be available tomorrow.
Thank you very much for giving me time to speak a little bit about activities of Media Education Center. I know that it's not easy to speak after so many important speakers and at the end of working day. I will try to be as shorter as possible. As you can see in the logo of Media Education Center is 17 colors of symbol of UN Sustainable Development Goals from Agenda 2030. And Media Education Center is in a special consultative status with the Economical Social Council of UN from 2019. So everything what we are doing, we try to be in field with the Agenda 2030 and 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As you can see, education is today most important tool to reach Agenda 2030, and especially we believe that digital literacy is part of future education, what we have to develop as much as possible. Media Education Center work in 4 laboratories. First and oldest is Media Laboratory. We start to work 1993 in international level for media education for young people to better understand environment, political environment, and everything what is in connection with the association of Serbia with the European Union and neighborhood country. After that, we discovered that it is very important to introduce digital literacy in our work. And thanks to UNESCO and European Commission, we made one big project in Serbia together with the public sector, government, non-governmental sector, and private sector to motivate the government of Serbia to introduce media and digital literacy in the school system And after 5 years of our work, I am happy that we have in 4th grade of elementary school from 5th to 8th, and 4th grade of high school in Serbia, media, film, and digital literacy. Peace Laboratory, we start with our project 2015 with support of EU strategy for development of Danube region, especially support of Austrian Ministry of Education, and up to today, we developed 3 segments of our peace literacy through peace between people, peace between countries, and peace with nature. So we will continue to work in Danube Plus program to develop as much as possible peace literacy in region, and especially in support with neighborhood countries. And thanks to all digital members, we made consortium with 4 all digital members from Visegrad countries, from Poland, from Slovakia, from Czech Republic, and from Hungary, and 2 Western Balkans countries participated, Serbia and North Macedonia. And last but not less important is our healthcare laboratory. We are in 2 big projects of European Commission and Foundation for Open Society. First is AHEAD, Action for Health and Equity, addressing medical deserts. And second is Pillars of Health, addressing mobility of healthcare workforces. And first is to help to government to understand where is medical desert and participate the Netherlands, leader country, Italy, Serbia, Romania, Moldova. And in second project is to give a solution to free mobility of healthcare workforces, but to not leave any country without enough workers in health system. In second project is also the Netherlands famous leader, and participates Serbia, Romania, France, and Germany. And thank you for your patience. Anybody who would like to know more about activities of Media Education Center, and especially if anybody needs partner from Serbia, I will be open today and tomorrow to communicate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mimir. Now, on to the next presentation, who will be presented by Vita Vitola Lapina from Licta about the project Women for IT. And she's coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're not tired enough to hear some few more presentations. I know we'll have a nice gala evening and everyone's expecting that. I'm here today to talk about the Women for IT project. This morning we started also, we listened to a lot of panels, and we heard different interesting discussions, and one of the topics which was touched is how to involve more women into STEM and in the ICT sector. And this is the same question which we came up 4 years ago with Licta and together with the consortium from partners from 9 countries. So how to involve more women into ICT? We came up with the Women for IT project to fight against the gender gap in Europe and to bring more young people into ICT. We started our project with having discussions with the employers to understand what exactly do they need, what is the market need, and what kind of specialists they need. And after these discussions, we came up with 8 different job profiles which are needed in all of the countries. And first of all, they're needed in the market. And second of all, we could train young people in a 160-hour training course to be fit for the job. we worked with the unemployed young women from age till from 18 to 29. And we basically, what we did, we did the digital training program, when a 160-hour training program. But what we understood from the employers, as Gabriela mentioned previously, the technical skills is only one thing that is needed for a job. Another thing is entrepreneurial skills and the soft skills. So we worked a lot with mentoring, with peer mentoring, with the empowerment to help the women to get ready for the employment. So the encouragement they received from mentors, it resulted in a really low dropout rate, and the women who started the training, they almost certainly finished the training. To understand what are the conditions of the potential job they were trained to, we organized job shadowing sessions when they have the opportunity to speak with senior members who are already working in the area they wish to get employed. I'm happy to say that after these all years, we have trained more than 900 women, and I could talk more about how positive are the outcomes. But I think the most important thing is that after the training, 70% of the young women got employed and started their career in the ICT sector. I was involved in the project as a mentor as well, so this is the most satisfying thing, that you get a woman who is unemployed, and after a year you can see that she has already risen through the steps of her career and established a good job in the ICT sector. So we are here in the marketplace. We will be here also tomorrow. Feel free to contact us for any additional information. And here's the platform you can visit to access also all the tools and the methodologies we have been developing during the project. So thank you, and I'll see you all in the evening in the gala dinner.
And you can also find Vita in the workshop room, and she's already heading there. Now, another speaker is Fulvio Ananasso, president of Stati Generali dell'Innovazione. Welcome him on stage as he's coming.
Thank you. I think you all are exhausted, so I will try to be very, very brief. I'm just presenting who we are, not elaborating on project because I have no time, just to give you an idea who we are. We are a not-for-profit association with both STEM and also MESH experts. I mean, this is very important because we are not only technologists, but also give importance to the fact that with the new frontier, has been already said, of artificial intelligence, all this kind of technology, ethics and media literacy, sociology is very important. So we have on board both experts on STEM, but also MESH, and we have, let's say, we don't have anything. Okay, now from the let's say, technology point of view, we are basically dealing with senior experts in all these kind of technologies. And we have working groups in many of the, let's say, most recent application. And we have blockchain-based technologies. We are doing a lot of work in data management, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cultural heritage. We have an academy ourselves, so I will briefly expand of our academy. We deal with ethics, innovation, geospatial. This now is a very big, let's say, sector of application, in which everything is geolocated with both the satellites and on-ground facilities, and we have a senior expert in this. And we deal with some application like using, for instance, some technologies like Internet of Things that have been already mentioned, about geospatial, about artificial intelligence. We try to, for instance, make a platform which we call the smart platform, for doing infrastructure monitoring, for avoiding collapses of the world, of bridges, to do smart cities and communities and so forth. So let me go just briefly on this concept of our platform, which guess what is exactly what the Academy of All Digital is doing, because we have Internet of Things and artificial intelligence put together with the addition of possible monitoring, of certification, of validation of intervention by a blockchain, let's say, facility. And then we are applying all these as I said, to several application fields, like for instance, you see on the top the infrastructure, bridges monitoring, e-health, smart agriculture, and so forth. On this, we are putting together a big, let's say, a collaboration with many entities to really implement this kind of platform for those three specific fields of application. And then just a few words about our academy, which is more or less doing a lot of things that has been already said from other speakers. We have a process of mentoring, which I just addressed for 1 second, just in a minute, which really start from the education and training of young people, starting from the school and bringing them to the market. We are doing a lot of open school, and we have a specialization in communication, in communication innovation. We did a lot of workshops and seminars, even due to COVID. We specialized ourselves, if you want, in online seminars on a dissemination of innovation. We did a couple of webinars on several things of physics, chemical, infrastructure, application, all over the last couple of years, for a couple of seminars per month. And the interesting thing is that I think is worth mentioning, whoever could be interesting. In our mentoring approach, we are substantially looking for 5 main pillars. Education. I mean, we are with a network of advisors. We are planning to put together a classroom of young people having any idea of something which should be industrially valid. And then, of course, we bring to these ideas to more innovation idea, trying to put together the experience of the senior expert in order to convey those ideas on something that can be implementing. And then we even give advice on funding. I mean, just to have the possibility of, if some of those ideas can be to us valid to be brought to the market, we arrive even to fundraising and even to accelerating them to the market. So in a way, it's not an accelerator, it's not a startup mentor, it's altogether bringing some ideas from the young people and bringing really from the school to the market, such as in a way, in the academy, we are still identifying the promising project to make startups, whilst in the part of innovation, once we identify the idea of startup, we are really bringing to the market and support the idea to the market. This is more or less our architecture. I think it's not so easy to understand everything, but if you need any other details, I'm here. And I think that's it. We are, as I said, we have a lot of expertise. And the interesting thing, I think, that is worth mentioning, and that we are all together, these experts, and in one-stop shopping mode, as you have seen from the mentor approach, we can provide both technology advisor, let's say process advisor, organization and interim management. And this is something that really we think could give some value to our collaboration. So we are really looking for possible collaboration, and I thank you for the attention. I'm around until tomorrow. If you want to reach me, it's very, very easy. For instance, my name is Fulvio Ananasso, fulvio.ananasso@gmail.com is the easiest way. Otherwise, you go to our website, Stati Generali Innovazione, and you find everything that I told you. I thank you for your attention. And I hope not we have bored at this late time of the day. Thank you.
Grazie. Now, we're going to get it back home with Lucia Kamler, a project manager from EPMA, and she's going to talk about My Hood. Like, not mine, about the project My Hood.
Thank you for entrance. I'm Lucia Kamler. I'm project manager from EPMA, and My Hood is our new project which started in May and will last for 3 years. It's basically about children or youth participating in urban planning processes while teaching them also about sustainable development. We developed concept together with our partners because there is a lack of children and youth participation in planning processes. There is also lack of digital tools, how to get them to use their mobile phones or their devices, and also the data and information from this group of citizens. Our focus group are educators, but also urban planners and, of course, children. Our project will basically develop an interactive online tool where children can, together with teachers, but also only themselves, design or help urban planners to design public spaces, and also learn about urban heat islands, how this management of water is working in the city, and mark spots or places in the city where they feel that there is something missing. We are going to develop those four tools, basically, a methodology which will explain to the teachers how should they do it, how should they engage children, interactive online tool, which will be the application where together on a map they could mark the spots, they could give ups and downs for places, but also educational content on sustainable issues, as I described already, water management and urban heat island. And in the end, we are going to develop a guide for municipalities and for urban planners, how they could use this data and how could they teach children and engage them in urban planning processes, but also for schools, if they want to participate, how and what they should do. So, we have got 4 main partners. The concept basically came from Město přátelské dětem, but all of the partners then helped us to develop it and to shape it. We have got also a partner from Greece, Design Clips, Nova Iskra from Serbia, and exploitation partner from Switzerland. Currently, for the pilot, there are several cities in Czech. We also work with Scout Institute, which would help us to promote the project. We have got more information on the table, so if you are interested in the project and maybe could help us to develop it further, we would be very happy to have a small talk and chat in the EPMA table. So thank you very much for your attention, and I don't know if there is another speaker for a moment.
But I know, and there is. And the speaker is Konstantinos Potsis. He's a project manager, and he's going to tell us about DAISY Research Group.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm lucky to be the last one, so I can feel the pressure from everybody's exhaustion today. I'm here to present Restart project. I'm from DAISY Research Group from the Hellenic Open University. Restart stands for reinforcing the circular economy model for startups. So, Restart project was generated by our strong belief as a consortium that an alternative type of development can be achieved through circular economy and entrepreneurship. Basically, the project aims to support aspiring young entrepreneurs to provide them a better understanding by providing them a better understanding of the circular economy model and how it can be further embraced as a way of thinking, and by providing them the tools and the skills to operate as an actual circular startup. Basically, we are trying to foster sustainability mentality to young people and eco-responsible citizenship, to provide them the tools, the strategies, and the competencies to develop their circular business idea and to operate as a circular business. And actually to support them to realize this idea into sustainable business. How we are planning to do this? Through the development of a circular business plan toolkit. So I will elaborate further on it in a few seconds. Basically, it is a tool that will help them design a first draft of their circular business idea through an educational program, a MOOC consisting from 7 short modules, providing them with entrepreneurship skills and a better understanding of the circular economy model, and through a mentoring process, which as an ultimate goal will be for them to present, actually to transform their business idea to an actual business plan and present it to stakeholders, to funding agencies, venture capital funds, and realize their idea. At least this is our purpose, to support them on that. I'm really glad to present to you the first deliverable of our project, which is the Circular Business Plan Toolkit. HOU was responsible for creating this tool. So it is basically a tool providing to the user a self-assessment tool. Through it, they can validate if their idea is circular or not, and also validate other more business-oriented components, so financial sustainability, how innovative their idea is, how competitive they are as a business, as a potential business. After they do the assessment and it is validated that they are actually a circular business idea and their idea can be viable, they have the chance to start designing their idea through the business model canvas. Is an interactive tool, so through the process of designing, the user can go back, they can delete the components they have already included, and there is a blank canvas where they can just brainstorm their ideas at any time, at any point in the platform. And last but not least, we provide them with templates, so basically pitch deck templates, where they can start designing the presentation of this idea, and in order to have the ability to present it to stakeholders that can actually help them move forward with this idea. Thank you very much. I hope I was not tiring.
You most definitely weren't. Now, for the very last presentation of today, what an honor, I would like to invite Spaska Tarandova, Executive Director of Global Libraries Bulgaria Foundation, to tell us a bit. And interestingly enough, might be caught in a conversation in the next room. And it seems like there will be no presentation, which is okay, because that means we can conclude this meeting and be still on time. Wonderful. Even though we cheated on the agenda a bit with skipping the last presentation. Now, what's next? First, I would like to invite you for the evening activities in Café Louvre. There will be the All Digital Awards ceremony, there will be a beautiful dinner, and it will be a very nice social event. Secondly, I would like to also suggest that tomorrow, in the time slot allotted for the open space, we still have open space. So from 2:15 to 3:45, you can actually present your topic if you find something really caught your attention today and you would like to present it tomorrow. If you have any topic to discuss, just inform the All Digital team and they will present you with the opportunity. Now finally, let's conclude this day. It was pretty long, right? It was pretty tiring, but at the same time, tiring in a really good way. We've heard so many talks. In particular, I was interested in the Ukraine crisis because it actually presented us with a lot of opportunities. And I think after listening to all those projects this afternoon, I feel really inspired and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's agenda where we are gonna hear even more. So that's it from me for today and see you tomorrow in the morning.